You are now listening to the Sae Bae Cast, the #1 old school RuneScape podcast featuring guests from all across Galanor. To support this podcast, visit the Patreon link in the description.
All right, welcome to the Sae Bae Cast, number 109 with Coxie. Coxie, I am very excited to talk to you today. How are you doing this fine morning?
I am very excited as well. It has been a long time coming.
It really has.
It has. I know we've talked about it before in the past, but I'm glad it's finally coming through, you know?
Yeah, it felt like there was I actually have a few different guests that I feel this way about. It's like I want to get the guest on when it's like prime time, like when it's like the best time for them. That's how I kind of felt about Fat Clouds. Like,
are you saying this is my prime time? Is that what you're saying here?
I'm just saying it feels like a new chapter. It just feels like refresh of Coxie where, you know, maybe there's been some past things, and very trivial, by the way, I should mention. But it just feels like you have like a fresh slate, and it feels like I can get you on, and it's like, you know what your plan is for the next couple years. I don't know. It just feels like you're not in a little rut. And I mentioned the same thing about Fat Clouds. Like, I wanted to get Fat Clouds on, but when I wanted him to be on, I could visually tell he was just getting burnt. And this is before he did like his whole like quit streaming thing. Yeah. And I don't know. I can kind of just sense like maybe this isn't the right time to get somebody on. Or sometimes I'll wait for somebody to get partnered or just like something exciting. So I figured, yeah, today is probably like a good time to get you on. So I'm
that makes sense. I definitely agree with you. I feel like a new chapter has started. I am finally enjoying playing the game again. I have a sense of direction when it comes to streaming. It's fantastic. I've uninstalled Valorant, which is great for my mental health. And I'm enjoying it. I mean, dude, the feeling of waking up and actually like wanting to log on and play RuneScape is amazing.
I know. Well, I know it's amazing because I used to live that every single day. I've personally been in my own burnout phase for the past like 4 months. I'm now just seeing the light. You know, I'm starting to like really enjoy logging in again. But man, it really sucks when you're a content creator and you're just not absolutely enjoying yourself. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's hard, and I feel like not a lot of people talk about that specifically.
Yeah, it's tough, and the RuneScape section particularly is just brutal because this is a game that it almost feels like you're obligated to play this game only as a content creator, and it seemed fine like initially for most people. It seems totally fine, like, oh, I'm never gonna get bored of this game. But then when the burnout starts occurring, you're like, oh fuck, like what do I do?
Yep. Yeah, so, no, especially during like dry periods of content.
Yeah.
It definitely does not make it easy, which is why I don't know. I just feel like the meta of recreating new accounts was so strong for so long because everyone was just so bored of in-game.
100%. And even the people that, like me, for example, I've always been really dedicated to one account. Like that doesn't even last. You know, even if you are really trying to focus on like just one account and not trying to just create a bunch of different hardcores or whatever the meta is. I don't know. I feel like it's almost inevitable for a creator to just kind of reevaluate.
Yeah, you're crazy for that. You actually are like a one account person. When's the last time you created another account, like in alt or anything?
Well, I made a Leagues 3 account, but I mean, I played that account for 3 days and I got so bored. I was just like, this is not for me. Leagues is not for me.
You played Fortnite for 3 days, bro. XP rates, everything is so free in that. You should try. I mean, well, no, you shouldn't. You're dedicated to one account. Stay dedicated to one account, but restarting early game, it's like you're tapping back into your childhood. I can't explain what it is, especially coming from a person who, I mean, when I started streaming, we'll probably get to this topic, but I started streaming like only in-game PvM. And for the longest time, I never touched anything early game. I was always like anti-Iron Man, but some of the most fun I had was either creating alts or creating Iron Man in like the first couple weeks.
Dude, maybe I really should. Like, I've kind of had that feeling like of making a new account, but there's this side of me that I always think, and I think, you know, what do I enjoy in this game? I love clue scrolls. I love PvM. I love just most of the game, but clue scrolls really have been my focus. And if I made a new account and it was clue scroll related, I would feel so bad if I ever got anything rare on it, because I would feel like that should have gone to my main account. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's that, and then there's also just questing. Like, and I know we have quest helper and stuff, but it's just like that early grind of repeating stuff. I think the idea of it is so much worse than actually doing it, because like what you said, it's like reliving the magic. That truly was the most fun I've had in this game, is building a new account.
I think you're spot on. I think the idea sounds worse, but once you get into it, it's even better. And they just buffed the shit out of XP rewards. Dude, if you're creating I'm not kidding, creating an Iron Man right now, just questing and like only questing, you can get 70 herb, which can just like fucking catapult you straight into Song of the Elves. It's so free. The XP rewards that they get increased for us are nuts. On the account that I'm playing right now, I basically went from like 0 to 70 agility, or like obviously it wasn't 0, it was like 40, but I went from like 40 to 70 agility with only having 100 to 200 laps ran.
Oh,
it was
my
mostly
God.
just all quest rewards. Yeah, it's crazy now.
That
I still don't know why they buffed it. I don't know why they buffed it, but it definitely does help with the new, I guess, account creation.
To be honest, them buffing it, I was actually a big fan of, even though it literally had no effect on my own account, because I just had no intention of making a new account. It just feels good, though, completing a quest and actually being rewarded for once, because it never felt like that. It literally just felt like a chore that I have to get out of the way for some other thing. But yeah, genuinely getting rewarded is amazing. So I think that's actually kind of cool. Oh, now, if I were to make a new account, now that they've announced what the 3 skill pitches are, I would almost want to wait for the new skill to come out and then make like a fresh account. So I don't know, I can implement the new skill with my early level Iron Man experience, you know, if it's sailing or something. By the way, what are your thoughts on the new skill pitches? What do you think about them?
Okay, so I got some heat for saying this. I swear on my life, I am not brown nosing. I'm not kissing up at all. I like all 3 of them. I think all 3 have potential and could genuinely have like a good impact on the game. I've been team sailing since like the first fucking sailing pitch. I'm okay with sailing. I like it. I like this new improvised one. I think sailing out of the 3 is probably the skill that has the most potential to introduce new content. It's going to be like the easiest stepping stone into new content, in my opinion, or new areas. Obviously, I still don't know to this day if Zaya was a success. Some of the stuff in Zaya is a success, but Zaya was just so big on releasing clunky. Yeah. But sailing would be such an easy way to introduce like new islands or continents, stuff like that. So I like sailing. Taming. I feel like Elena's the person who pitched taming. I don't know if she worked on it, but she definitely pitched it. She made it like very clear to not compare it to summoning, but the whole time she was explaining it, I saw a lot of similarities with summoning. I don't know if she made it a very clear point to not compare it to summoning, just to not scare people off, because you know in the past, old school players, they hear anything that relates to RS3 and they're gonna scream no and they're gonna vote no. So I feel like as like the J mod, she probably felt the need to give it its distance from the RS3 skill summoning. But I do think taming has overlap with summoning. And I think familiars, even though alts are such a big place in this game, I still think familiars are okay, especially since we got thralls. Thralls was such like a brain dead way to give us familiars, right? It's just you cast it and it's 0.7 DPS. It is just free DPS basically anywhere. I think having familiars, like especially with niche impacts on different bosses, would be really cool. The other part of taming, I don't want to get into, because I'm scared that they're going to add like fucking 50 new pets with taming and they're going to be like pointless pets. I'm not like the biggest fan of that part, but specifically with like familiars in general, I think it would be cool. Taming probably is my least out of the 3 favorite. I think shamanism definitely needs a new name, maybe just like witchcraft, but shamanism sounds sick. Shamanism sounds like a great way to kind of give us a herblore update. Maybe shamanism is finally going to be what we need to have in the game for us to get overloads. I think the game's ready for overloads also.
Oh yeah.
And I think overloads is going to give way to harder bosses in the future. And I really hope the JMods take advantage of that if they give us overloads. I hope they genuinely like create something that's difficult, even with overloads. So Shamanism sounds cool. The way Mod Light pitched it, if I hadn't ever played OSRS and like the JMods pitched every other skill, I probably would think that it's in the game already.
Yeah.
Right? Like having no knowledge about OSRS, if she pitched that and like all the other skills were pitched, I'd be like, yeah, okay, that sounds like a skill in old school RuneScape. So I'm definitely on board with Shamanism, but I'm at the point where I'm okay with any.
Yeah, that's sort of how I feel. I think so. I initially was leaning on taming, and I think the idea of taming just sounded cool because I think in my head I was expanding on taming beyond what JMods had even brought up. So I was like creating a skill in my mind that probably wouldn't even be implemented in the first place. So my whole idea of taming is sort of like a fantasy in my mind of I want it to kind of be like Pokemon, but like the more criticism I've gotten on that, it's just like, just play Pokemon. Like, this is RuneScape. And I have to remember that. It's like, at the end of the day, it is RuneScape. But I was just thinking, like, man, how cool would it be if you got, like, these new familiars or whatever, and they have their own 99s that you need to train. And, like, I don't know. I just thought it would be pretty cool. And then being able to, like, duel your own, like, monsters against other people. But really, when I really think about it, I'm like, okay, if this was actually in the game, this would be so foreign. Like, this is such a foreign concept to this game. It would be weird. So
Yeah.
the more I've thought about it, I'm like, okay, shamanism, 100% agree with you, needs a different name. I was thinking either like spirit or mystic or
Spirit would be good.
somebody brought up
Spirit.
voodoo as well. I was like, voodoo sounds kind of, witchcraft sounds good too, to be honest. That sounds more like medieval, which
Yeah.
yeah.
Shamanism just didn't do it for me. Like when you first said
doesn't.
shamanism, I almost like laughed a little bit. I was like, what? Like,
Yeah.
but then when I heard the pitch, I was like, okay, all right, this is good. I like it.
Yeah,
But-
I mean, even if they wanted to stick with shamanism, like, or if they wanted to stick with that same exact theme, just call it shaman. I feel like I know shaman makes even less sense, but at least it's just short. It's just like
Yeah.
shaman. I don't know. Shamanism is just like what? Like, what do we even? What is
Yeah.
this?
No, it kind of confuses me.
Yeah, I'm totally cool with shaman coming into the game, shamanism coming into the game. And to be honest, I think I've actually started leaning most towards sailing. And I think the reason is because it would be so cool for them to actually make an entire graphic and just updated design of the water in this game. Because like you look at, I mean, I'm standing on a redwood tree right now. I can see the water. It literally looks like blue carpet. Like there's just nothing. There's nothing going on whatsoever. So, and I was just thinking, man, even if they were to choose one of the other skills that isn't sailing, I still would want them to almost like redesign how the water looks, just so in the future, if sailing were to be released, we're already excited about it because they've made some graphical improvements. That's like, oh shit, like what's out there, you know?
All right, so Sae Bae only cares about having oceans in RuneScape. Got it.
I mean, sailing really sounds cool. Shamanism scares me a little bit as it's currently proposed because of all the like auras and just untradeable attachments that would add to everything, which is cool in a way, but it's like it just feels convoluted. It feels like there's just going to be too much to keep track of. Like you're going to log in after being burnt out for 6 months when shaman's introduced in the game, and it's just like, what is going on? Like there's just, I'm scared of that, but
I agree with that. But think back to when you first started playing RuneScape. Was there any skill that confused you? You were just like, this is overwhelming. There's too much. I don't know what to do.
Hunter, 100%. Hunter was so confusing.
Yeah, mine was like hunter and farming. I remember I did trade farming for so long. It's like, I don't know what I need. I don't know what I should be planting. I don't know where these things are. I don't know if I need to actually be going. Dude, I remember when I first started playing, I would go back with the watering can, and every 15 minutes I would re-water it because I thought that was like part of the skill. Like if you didn't water your plants every 15 minutes, they'd die. So thinking back, like I definitely got confused from some of the skills. I know shamanism has a lot in it, and it could be kind of confusing or overwhelming at first, but I think once it's in the game, once we all got used to it, it would fill its niche and fit into its place.
Yeah. No, you're right on that. In fact, yeah, farming. That took until I was literally an Iron Man to figure out farming. It was so fucking confusing. Just like
Yeah.
I just didn't. Nothing made sense about it, and I would just refuse to look up. And it felt like the wiki had like barely any data on it either. It imagined you were already very, I don't know, experienced with it. But sorry, what were you gonna say?
I was gonna say there's just too much to plant, right?
Yeah.
Like, there's trees, there's allotments, there's herbs, there was just everything. I just remember being so overwhelmed looking at it, like I don't know what to do.
Oh, and I used to think that like if the plants grew successfully, you had to pick them at a certain time or else they would die, like in real life. You know what I mean? Like you can't just have like a plant like sitting there for 6 months AFK. Like I don't know. It felt like everything was like on a time crunch, but it really wasn't.
You set an alarm clock on like real world time for an herb, like 90 minutes.
Yeah.
If you don't get it between 90 minutes and 110 minutes, it's gonna die.
Yeah, no, that's literally what it felt like. You're totally right though. Farming and hunter were just super confusing. Yeah, taming is probably like the one I'm leaning less on because it just doesn't. It's just not gonna feel like old school. And what do they do about pets? You know, like if taming really were to come out, I'm not even scared that taming's going to come out because all the Twitter polls that I've seen, just like the casual ones that aren't like official or anything, it looks like shamanism's going to win.
Yeah, Reddit even seems to be on shamanism side, which is insane.
I know. I was actually very surprised on that. I don't know what happened because you had said sailing has like you've always kind of been team sailing. I feel like I have too. Like I've always wanted. I don't know where that whole meme came from, where everyone just hates sailing.
I have no idea.
I know it's like why? This is like I don't know. It feels natural to come out sailing in old school. I don't know.
Did you play RS3 at all?
No, I've never played it, and I feel bad about it because I feel like I should know more.
Well, not that sailing would have anything to do with ports, but I actually kind of enjoyed ports in RS3. Sailing would not be anything close. Ports was literally just like an activity you go check once a day, and it was literally just a daily. But ports was fun.
Do you like actually sail, or do you just
check
your boat
you like
or whatever?
Yeah, you like set off ships to go sail, but you yourself don't actually.
Now, are you cool with those 3 skills that they've pitched to be like the 3 we choose from, or did you have any other skills in mind prior that you would have liked to see?
No, I didn't. I am not that creative. People ask me all the time, like, what would be like your ideal skill, or what do you want to see come in the game? I honestly have no idea. I didn't want them to do anything with combat related because that would scare me. I feel like I don't know. That just scares me, the thought of them trying to add a new combat skill. So I was very anti that when I saw that on the poll. I kind of wanted a new gather skill, but then I was trying to think what gathering skill like would fit, like what would fit, and I couldn't think of anything.
Yeah, there was a few ideas. I don't know if you had heard of Mastery. Mastery was like an improved version of Artisan. Because, like, Artisan, I'd always been like, this is the stupidest idea. This is literally just Slayer for skilling, and it's just going to make you feel like you're forced to do every piece of content in the game whenever you're told to, you know? Mastery made it really cool where it was like, you get the same XP rates, and it was like, you get to choose the method you enjoy the most, and you're going to get the EHP rates for it, it seemed like. Like, you get assigned a task, and even if it's a really shitty task, those XP rates are now buffed to a point where you're getting max XP rates, and you get to do different skilling methods in a way. It was really interesting, and then the rewards were like phenomenal. They were like, there were just really cool rewards that actually made sense and were very powerful, but not like game breaking in any way. It was. I'm gonna make a little ramble on it in probably in a week or so because like it was just such a cool idea. I know it's not gonna get pulled into the game probably because one of these 3 is definitely I just can't see it being like, oh, the community doesn't want any of these 3. I'm certain one of these will pass. But
sounds interesting.
Yeah, it felt pretty old school, although I know people, I don't know, it's like impossible to please everybody at this point. I'm just like, just bring out a skill.
Literally impossible.
Yeah, just bring it out. We'll find a way to enjoy it, you know what I mean?
Yeah. every community blames other communities as well of being like bias, right? Trying to push their own updates into the game.
Yep.
But people just fail to see that even the casual communities try to push their updates in the game. HLC tries to push theirs. Skillers, PvMers, everyone wants to see their ideal update come in the game. And I feel like that kind of spawned with the sense that we get a vote on stuff that comes in the game. So because we've always had that, everyone is just so passionate about what they want. And I don't know, I guess it's not a bad thing at the end of the day, but
Yeah,
everyone does like to point fingers on who the bad community is, who are the whiners, or who are the agenda pushers.
Yep, that's actually very accurate. Okay, so I want to kind of switch topics a little bit and talk about your new series that you've started, which is going for like world fastest all pets account. So
World's first, woo!
yeah, so I want to hear like what made you decide on doing that, because you do already have a main with all pets, and that's been the case for I don't know even how long, like years. So,
February of 2020.
Jesus,
So,
man.
yeah,
Isn't that
it's been
crazy?
over 3 years now. It's 3 years and what's that? Like 1 month, 2 months, something like that. It's been a while.
Man, 2020. See, I knew it was around like the beginning of the year,
Yeah.
but 2020, that's crazy to think that's 3 years ago. So yeah, tell us the story, I guess, of why you decided to do it all again.
Yeah. Sorry, I was drinking coffee.
You good?
Okay, so oh gosh, where do we even start? Okay, let's start from the very beginning.
Okay.
Discord call with a person by the name of Tricky Ricky and Yonix. Now, at the time, I was seshing TOA. TOA was out, and I was seshing it on my main account for the pet. I finished all pets at 45 pets. There's currently 52 in the game. So for the last 7 pets, obviously, I log in the main and I get them on release. TOA was one of those. So the team that I was seshing TOA with, I was talking about, God, like, what the hell am I supposed to do after this pet? I have no idea what to do. I'm not really enjoying Iron Man anymore. Valorant's too hard for me. These fucking 14-year-olds are way too good at the game. Okay, I'm just getting bullied by squeakers. So that's not fun. And I was like, I just don't know what to do. And it was actually it was Tricky Ricky who he's also finished all pets. I don't think he's playing the game right now or anymore. But he was the one that first told me, is like, you know what? You should run it back, but you should just do like cracked methods, like just crazy shit that no one has ever seen before. Just abuse the hell out of alts, transfer like all your GP over, and just go for like an insane like all pet speed run, but like as fast as you can. And I remember when he said that, I literally just replied, "Shut the fuck up, dude. Why would you ever say that?" Because I thought it was just so outlandish. I was like, why would I want to do that again? Because pet hunting, I'm going to give some people some insight. Most pet hunters hate pet hunting, if that's not obvious. We love it. We love the sense of pet hunting, but there's always hurdles, right?
Yeah.
Not every pet hunter likes every pet. I would actually say it's quite the opposite. Most pet hunters despise a lot of the pets, and we just find them boring and want them to get over with. And the hardest part of pet hunting is that pet that you might despise. Let's say it's squirrel, and you fucking hate penguin course because penguin course sucks, even at 99. And the pet rate is like 140 hours, I think. What happens if you go 3 times rate, and then you're sitting at like 400 hours at penguin course, a place that you literally despise? Like, that's the hard part about pet hunting. That's why I initially responded like, dude, shut up. Don't ever say that. Bloodhound, you can also, if the game decides they don't want to give you all pets, you're going to go 5,000 KC on Bloodhound. I mean, that can happen.
Yep.
It's happened to people. Or omelet. I like to call them like blocker pets. Pets that are so rare that if you do end up going like 4 to 5 times rate, you're probably just never going to get it. That's the scary thing about pet hunting. I didn't have to deal with that on Malfoy. I got lucky, and Malfoy's my main. I didn't have to deal with that. I got lucky enough to go either on rate or just slightly above or below rate on those. But yeah, this new account, new RNG, it could happen to me. I decided to initially go with it after telling him no, just because of the sense that we were talking about earlier with like content creation and not really having any goals or kind of feeling in a rut, like you don't have any motivation to play the game. The more I sat on it, I didn't really realize that I was going to do it until probably 2 weeks after we had that conversation, where I just sat on it. I thought about it. I tossed and turned at night thinking about like what I was going to do and kind of how I could plan out this account. And yeah, it started. It's here now. I'm enjoying it so much. I'm glad I did it. It's helped my channel out. And that's kind of how it began, I guess.
So you already have a few pets on it already, and you just started it very recently. So what are the 3 pets that you already have?
I do.
What was the luck on it?
You're a day late, Sae Bae. I got my 4th pet yesterday.
Oh, really? Oh, shit.
Yes.
Okay, this is a surprise to me. So, so tell us the first one up to the 4th. I want to hear
All
it.
right. So first one is Rocky Pet. I wanted to get a quick pet out of the way. Rocky stalls is only 25 hours to hit the rate. So it's nice and easy. I got myself some Barrows gloves first, and then I seshed out Rocky. It's 3 mil XP from Relica stalls on rate. Wait, no, it's 1.5 mil. Sorry, 1.5 mil XP from the stalls on rate. I ended up going 4.5 mil XP. I actually went triple rate of my first pet, which is like 92 percentile. So I definitely got unlucky on that one. But it's such a quick pet. 25 hours. I spent 75 hours there. That's not that big of a deal. My second pet, I spooned an insane amount. I got Phoenix on 82 fire making, which thankfully,
so
I know. Jagex unintentionally nerfed Phoenix pretty hard. They removed one of the Wintertodt worlds, and the meta of getting Phoenix was there was 4 Wintertodt worlds. It was hopping between the Wintertodt worlds to eliminate the downtime between games. So now with only 3 worlds, it's less likely that the worlds are going to be in cycle to give you like the optimal hop time. So Phoenix actually just saw like a 20-hour kind of nerf to the rate, or I guess buff, because it's increased. But yeah, Phoenix is now longer, so I'm glad I got that early. Third pet was Soul Wars, which I got on 2 gambles.
Yeah, I saw that. I was freaking out watching that clip. I'm like, there's no fucking way.
I was just like, first of all, you'd never expect to get an early pet as a pet hunter. But I was just like, whatever. I'm still trying to figure this method out. I'm just going to send these 2 gambles I have, see what happens. And we ended up getting it. And then the 4th pet yesterday was my first boss pet I ever did on this, first boss pet on this account that I actually grinded for. And I did Vedion. I wanted to take it. Yeah, I got Vedion. I wanted to take advantage of the good GP per hour right now while blade prices are still kind of high. They've actually dropped a lot. My first 4 blades I sold for like 50 to 52. Now they're down to like 37, which kind of sucks. But I want to take advantage of the GP while it's still high right now. It's like 6 mil an hour, I think. And this is funny. Someone in my chat actually said this. It made me realize how true it is. The combat XP per hour at Vedion is cracked because you have a Salve Amulet, which is 20% in the Wilderness. Salve Amulet, which is 20% against dead monsters. And then you have Wildy Weapons, which Wildy Weapons also have an insane buff. Dude, I'm not kidding. I was getting like anywhere between 80 to 95k strength XP an hour, depending on how many PKers. So it was like a better version of NMZ. It was a profitable NMZ. I got a pet. I got a passive, a champion scroll, which I needed for Music Cape. And my master clue KC is already up to 100 KC, and I've only done 1 boss pet. So I've made like a ton of progress with a lot of stuff. I'm very happy that I decided for that to be my first boss pet to go for, as it kind of impacted and helped a lot of different areas of that account. So
what are the next pets that you're going for? Are you going to stick to the Wilderness for right now, or was Vedion like the only one you were really looking at?
So Spindle is better GP per hour than Vedion right now. I definitely want to go back to Spindle, but I think I'm going to step out of the Wilderness for now, just for a little bit, and go back to Slayer. I want to Slay for a little bit, just because now I have gear. I think my bank is up to like 1.8 bill. The account that I'm playing is also from scratch, so I'm not allowing myself to transfer any GP over. Everything has been made from the account, which is adding another layer of difficulty, but also enjoyment for me. I think it genuinely would have taken away from the enjoyment if I just transferred my entire bank from my main account over and had like max gear from the start. It's added another fun layer to the account. So I'm up to like 1.7, 1.8 bill bank right now. And I kind of want to like go slay because I have a lot of alts, and I wanna do some crazy shit at Kraken, and I wanna do some crazy shit at like Sire and Cerberus. So I'm probably gonna do that for just a little bit, and then I'll go back to Spindle. I would say late April. I'll probably be back at Spindle, trying to get one of the wilderness bosses again.
That's cool. I have to say, by the way, I'm very excited for your series, mainly because I loved watching you on Malfoy and just doing those like crazy God Wars methods. I think that's what really excited me about like main pet hunting. Iron Man pet hunting's boring as hell to watch generally because it's just everything solo. But I'm very excited. So you've already had all pets before on Malfoy. So what are the ones, just based on your experiences, that you're just absolutely not looking forward to? Like the pet grinds that you're just like, oh my God, this is gonna suck.
Yeah, unfortunately there are those, and I will be honest with you. There are some that I do not like. Most of the skilling pets, actually, okay, let me clarify. So you, motherfucker, taught me gems from your video. I think I told you this in stream.
Yeah.
But I actually really like the new 3-tick gem mining method.
It's good.
It's enjoyable. Something about like the satisfaction of like how high of a success rate you have from gems. So it's just like you go through cycles where you literally don't miss a single gem rock the entire time. It's just like a very fluid, consistent rhythm. And it does something to my brain that my brain likes. So I'm kind of excited for gems, but like Squirrel definitely is. No one likes Penguin Course ever.
Oh, you have to do Penguin Course, right? Like there's no exception to that. Like it's such a big time save, right? Like you couldn't justify doing Sepulcher, right?
It's like it's like 140 hours versus like 300 plus. Sep is over double. But so what I was thinking is Penguin Course has an insanely high fail rate at my level. I tried going there just for like an hour to test it at 77, and I'm not kidding you. Every single lap I was doing, I was losing like 60 HP. So
really, Jesus.
Yeah, it's really. Well, I mean, even at 99, it has a fail rate, like a decent fail rate. So, I need to figure out when I'm actually going to go to Penguin Course. I am going to do Sep until I find like a comfortable level, and then start doing Penguin. So what I was thinking, I might do Sep to like, because floor 5 of Sep is really what makes it fun. So I might do Sep until like 95, and then do 95 to 99 at Penguin. That also gives me, floor 5 is what, 92 or is it 93? Do you remember?
92, I believe.
92. So it gives me 3 levels to take advantage of elite clues, potentially make GP, and also just have like 3 levels of like big enjoyment. So that's kind of what I was thinking about agility pet. I hope I spoon it. I don't plan on it because it's not even close to the rate. Yeah. But agility is one of those that I really don't look forward to. Every minigame pet, sorry to the JMods who made these minigames, but every minigame pet minus BA, let's be honest, they're fucking boring. They're okay to train your skills, but to do them for hundreds of hours to get an RNG pet, like no one actually wants to do like 100 hours of Guardians of the Rift and Tempo Ross. Even though Firefighter Tempo Ross method, I'll admit it, is at least somewhat more interesting. But most of the minigame pets and the skilling pets, 1.5 tick Teaks was fun. I'm like kind of okay with that. But I hope the skilling pets as well, I just don't go too overrated on. Because the PvMing part is fun. Places that I can like abuse alts and do kind of like really interesting new methods is what I'm really looking forward to in this series.
So what are your thoughts on Omelette? I can't remember if you enjoyed that pet or not. Do you like doing and what is the meta anyway for getting Omelette? Is it solos or is it just like some crazy scales?
Yeah, I really enjoyed Omelette on Malfoy because all I did was solos, regular solos. On this account, I don't think I'm going to do regular solos. The meta for points per hour is definitely going to be scales, like 3+12s. There are some people, I know I talked to CheckWiki, If you're familiar with him, he's in Obliv. He does scaled Cox all the time. Very knowledgeable man about it. And I'm probably going to get into scales, but with 3+12s, there's also an insane skill gap. Like there's a lot of like micro like niche things that you can do to speed them up. So I kind of want to learn that. I'm like getting down to the point where you're supposed to be BGSing specific mystics, like specific colored mystics in mega skills. No, I'm talking like these dudes have it down to a science.
Oh my God.
I'm probably going to try to learn scales and do them with people who are willing to get good at them with me. And then also, dude, the CMers are in the lab all the time on how to improvise CMs. CM5s have actually gotten to the point where CM5s like over 100k points per hour, I think. Don't quote me on that. But CM5s for points per hour is actually decent. And I really enjoy CM5s. So what I'm going to do for Omelet on this account is probably a mix of CM5s and scales like 3+12s.
That's cool. I feel like doing CMs throughout it all. Okay, wait. So are dusts included in your goal, or is it just pet? Like, how do dusts work when it comes to like pets?
Yeah, so dusts definitely are not going to be included. Like, okay. I'm not gonna like stop the stopwatch only when I get all transmogs plus all pets. Mm-hmm. The timer. I'm saying timer. I'm actually not running a full blown timer for 2 years, but I will consider the all pets completed when I have the all pets log and the collection log finished.
I see.
Dusts are transmogs are kind of just like extra credit. I have all transmogs on my main. It's something that most pet hunters do. They get all pets, then they go get all transmogs. But I'm not going to consider it on this account. It might be something that I do after. It's like just bonus content. Some of the transmogs I'll get along the way, like CMs. I'll definitely be doing those because points per hour are good. The meta for Tob pet is actually hard mode Tob 5s, believe it or not.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. So I will definitely be doing hard mode Tob 5s when I have a team of 5 people. I'll only be doing that. I'll be doing regular 4s as well. So if we have 4 people, I'll do regs. If we have 5 people, I'll do hard mode Tob. The only restraint or the only like requirement for hard mode Tob 5s to be the best for Zik pet is you kind of need to not have any wipe rate. So the team's got to be pretty good, pretty consistent. You can't be wiping on Verzik or it definitely will not be better.
So what? And I'm curious because you brought up hard mode Tobs. Is hard mode Tobs more profitable than regulars? Because isn't the Avernic like the second most expensive item now there, and that's like at a lower drop rate?
Yeah, I don't know the numbers, but I would not be shocked if regular Tob was better. Just because, dude, Avernic has been, ever since TOA, Avernic has been like between 80 to 100 mil. Yeah. It's actually insane.
Yeah, that's nuts.
And bro, have you seen the price of Scythe? Scythe is like 450.
Yeah, so keep in mind, I only play Iron Man, so that is low, correct? Like, I'm just wondering, or is that high?
Scythe is like up 80 mil within the last month.
Okay.
Scythe like was bouncing around like 350, like to 375 forever, and all of a sudden it just jumped up to 450 because of I actually didn't even see this poll, but the poll for unlimited site charges. Have you read about it? I've only been told about it from my chat. So supposedly that made Scythe jump almost 100 mil. So Tob right now is actually really profitable. With Scythe being that much and Avernic being as common as it is, I think Avernic's sitting around like just 80. I want to get to Tob early on this account because Tob is a big moneymaker right now. Tob's back up to like 5 mil plus an hour, baby. Let's go. Damn. We've not had 5 mil an hour Tob in forever. Tob has been sitting at like the depressing 3 to 4 mil an hour for so long. I'm ready for it to get back to its golden days.
Okay, I want to hear from you because I feel like you would know this. So what is the most profitable rate? I'm assuming it's TOA. Is that correct?
TOA by a mile. It's like 20 mil an hour right now. It's gross.
Are you serious?
Even with the prices is down. Yeah, I'm dead serious. Even with the prices down as much as they are, TOA is still around 20 mil an hour.
And that's 400s?
Yeah.
Is it like 420s or is it just 400s flat?
That GP per hour was priced on 400s flat, but a lot of teams run like 425s or 415s.
That's nuts. 20 mil an hour.
Yeah. I mean, so staff is 1.4-ish.
Yeah, I saw that. High. That's ridiculous.
Yeah. And I mean, Fang's down. Fang used to be the biggest moneymaker for TOA, but now Fang kind of lost a lot of its value, which is another conversation that we can have. Fang is way too common for how good of an item it is. I wish it wasn't, but yeah, TOA is still sitting between right around 20 mil an hour if you're doing fast paced 4-man 400s.
What's efficient chambers GP per hour, and what's the method? Is it CM5s?
No, actually, I don't know enough about Cox to tell you what would be like GP per hour.
It's surprising how expensive a Tebow still is. Like that thing is just like isn't it like 1.3 or something?
Yeah, I actually just bought one yesterday. 1.38, I think is what I bought it for.
Jesus, that's nuts. Okay.
I bought a Tebow for one of my alts. I was gonna knock out Chaos Elemental Pet really quick, and I have a little Tebow army alongside my main account that just has a little firing squad. It's actually really fun, despite the fact that Chaos Ellie is an awful boss that just constantly hits you 20s through prayer.
Yep.
It's fun to bring 3 Tebows there and a main account with a Web Weaver, because Web Weaver just shreds it.
Oh yeah, I bet. I gotta get that bow, by the way. I literally haven't even touched the new Wilderness stuff. I completed the Wilderness on my Iron Man, and then like all this new stuff came out, and I'm just like too boomer to like just go out and regrind a bunch of stuff. It feels like, even though they're completely different bosses now.
You have Mace, right? Like you have all everything completed, like old Wildy completed.
Yeah.
Good. So start with Vedion. Absolutely.
Okay. Is that the way to do it?
Yep. Start with Vedion. Get the skull from Vedion. Upgrade your chain mace, and you're going to use the chain mace for Spindle as well.
Okay.
And then for RDO, some people do melee it. I feel like most people range it. You'll probably just use regular craws.
Okay.
But
interesting. And how many?
Isn't Spindle's attachment the upgrade for Webweaver?
Dude, I don't even know. I haven't even. I've forgotten all this. Like I remember reading the blogs and stuff, but I just never went out there to actually experience it. So it's like all just jumbled.
Yeah. I can't remember either, and I also haven't been to Spindle yet. But if it is, that would be the best like case scenario, right? Because you go to Vedion, you get Skull, you get your upgraded mace, you use your mace at Spindle, you get Webweaver attachment, and then you add Webweaver attachment to your crossbow, and then you go to RDO Callisto 1, and then that's the best there. So if that is actually how it works, that would be very nice.
Now, do you know where the Void Waker is? That's what it's called, right? That new sword.
I just call it Coxie, but
yeah, Coxie. That's what I was calling it with the PKer Dino in West Ham when I had them on. I was like, I don't even know what it's called. Like I couldn't even remember what it was called back then. I just kept calling it Karasi. So is that a necessary PVM upgrade just in general? Like, is that something you should go for if you like, I don't know, are there places where it's like actually good to go get that so you can grind out other bosses and use it for a spec weapon?
120 fucking percent. And not to throw any shade on the JMods, but one part of a Q&A, someone asked that specific question. They're like, do you see any use in PVM for Void Waker? And their answer was not much, which was shocking because it's best in slot at a lot of bosses.
Really?
Yeah, it is very, very important. If you do a lot of different types of PVM, it is insane. And well, let's talk about. I'll add my extra part later after, but so Void Waker is the part that makes it really good is its consistent damage. Like when it hits a number. It can't noodle like claws. So it's always hitting something, which is why I feel like it is so powerful. It's best in slot at all God Wars minus Arma, of course, because you can't melee Arma. It's best in slot at Nightmare. It's best in slot at Calfight. I'd have to look at an entire boss list, but I mean that alone right there is a good amount. Oh, you use it in people have been starting to bring it for CMs for Vanguards. It's very good for Vanguards. You bring it to TOA for Kefri. Duo Tobbers are starting to bring it and Duo Tob instead of a claw switch. Yeah, it's actually like becoming a fucking universal item where you're bringing everywhere. That thing is basically always going to be better than claws unless the monster has like, I'm just guessing right now, but anything under 80 defense. I would say if it's anything over 80 defense, Void Waker is probably going to outbeat Claws.
That's
And
crazy.
then,
Holy shit.
yeah. So and then for my sake, what I was going to say at the beginning, but I wanted to have it be like a post comment. For alting specifically, Karasi plays an insane role because one part of alting and like being a good alter is limiting how many snipes you have, right? How many alt you don't want to like have alt snipes or you're gonna run into your alt getting a pet like mine did at Bandos, for example.
We gotta talk about that, by the way. I know it's old news, but it was still funny.
Yeah, we can. But so Karasi lowers that threshold of you ever getting a kill sniped because of the consistent damage, right? In the past, when your claws noodle 0-0, that leaves the door open for snipes. So basically nowadays it's almost impossible to even have alt snipes at places like KQ or God Wars, just because you're gonna be spec transferring. You're gonna have like at least 2 Crossy specs to kill. So you're gonna have that. I mean, that alone is already, what is that? Like anywhere between 50 to 140 damage guaranteed just in those 2 hits. So it's very powerful. Not only is it universal and it's used a lot of bosses, it's very big for alting. If you ever do alt yourself, even if it's just like a simple 1+2 or 1+1, that should be your spec weapon of choice. Unless you're at a place like Callisto. Like Callisto's paper. So like that, I will be using claws over 100%. But any boss that has defense, that thing shines very bright.
That's cool. Yeah, I gotta get one. God damn it.
It's good, dude. You'll like it.
So I want to just briefly touch on that whole Bandos experience, because there's got to be people that are listening to this that don't know what we're talking about. But can you tell that story back when you were a main hunting pets for the first time, or trying to get all pets for the first time?
Oh gosh, yeah. So my worst fear came true. That pop-up notification, bright red text that you get saying you have a funny feeling like you're being followed, and then you're like, oh wait, this is not the right client. Fuck. I was at Bandos, and at the time my alt sniped the pet. My main was around 5,000 KC. It was right around the drop rate, which is why it hurt even more. And Gringotts got it. I think he only had like 20 snipes at the time, which 5,000 kills in the main and only 20 snipes in the alt, I wasn't like too upset about. Obviously it happens. Sometimes even when you have downgraded gear and you're not praying rigor and you're not potted, sometimes your weapons just pop off. Nowadays, it is easier to track it because we have stuff like DPS counter. Like if all your accounts are in the same party, it'll show your DPS, which, well, that was a plugin back in the day, but it was only on cheat clients. But it wasn't on main rune light. So sniping, if you're playing on main rune light, was something that was going to happen. And yeah, Gringotts decided to pull a really early pet, sub 50 KC Bandos pet on a snipe from my main, and then my main went on to go 19,007 KC. I am still the driest Bandos pet in the entire game right now.
That is so crazy.
Yeah. I feel like I got punished for that snipe because then it was 15,000 KC more that I went until I got the pet on my main. Jesus. But speaking of Dry's Bandos pet, there's a guy who's 30,000 Bandos KC right now. He does not have pet, so once he gets it, he will overtake he'll overtake my Dry's Bandos pet in the game.
I was gonna say, like, so 19,000 is still absolutely fucking ridiculous. I mean, that's just so many kills. But then you think that's not even 4 times the rate. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And just the potential, because like I remember when Hydra first came out. And I went on Reddit, and there was a UIM that it took him like 9,700 or like 10,000 kills to get his claw on a UIM. I'm like what
That's
the
gross.
fuck, dude? And the worst part is like you're a UIM, so for a normal account or a normal Iron Man, you would have just profited absolute bank. But for a UIM, you're basically leaving most of the loot on the ground. You know what I mean? So that just sounded so brutal. But yeah, like you see that. I mean, who knows how much longer that guy's going to go, the guy that's like 30,000 Bandos right now? Because it could be 40,000, 50,000. Like, I don't know what like the actual cap. What is like the theoretical, just like, I know you can go on forever technically, but like, I feel like there's a point. I think it's around like 12, 13x rate where it's just like, okay, this is getting into just wacko territory.
Yeah, so 10 times rate is already like statistically insane.
Yeah.
I don't, if I had R open, I'd be able to calc it really quick, but 10 times rate is probably close to 1 in a million. It's something that we won't see many times throughout playing this entire game on anything.
Hmm.
But I would say anything over 6 times rate, I mean, anything over 6 times rate, you're already at like 99.9.
Yeah.
So anything after that is just like dummy rare. You pray that you're not the person that goes drier than that.
So is there like a record of the person that went the driest on a pet, just rate wise, not like, I don't know, I guess like ratio wise, you know what I mean? Like how many times over the rate?
The driest pet we've ever seen. Actually, I'm just gonna look it up because I want to be sure on it. If I remember correctly, it's Chaos Ellie, and it is 10 times rate is the driest pet that we've ever seen in pet cord.
Okay.
Oh, all time. I'm telling you, 10 times rate is like gross number.
Yeah. It's ridiculous. The driest I ever went on any like thing that any significant item, because we're probably going crazy dry on just random items that we don't even think about just naturally. But in unsired, I went 871 dry for a unsired, and it was brutal. I was just like, I thought my game broke. Like I literally thought there was an update that made it impossible to get unsireds. I was literally becoming delusional about it, you know.
That is literally the thing. Like if you take that rarity right there and you just put that rarity on someone getting Bloodhound pet, which someone in the game is going to like be that unlucky on Bloodhound pet. You just got to hope that person's not a pet hunter. Like that person would never get all pets if they had that rarity set on Bloodhound. And I found it. So the driest pet ever recorded was by a guy named Baylor Swift. No idea who he is. But he it was on a Chaos Elemental pet, which is a 1 in 300 rate, and he got it on 3213.
Oh my god.
So almost 11 times rate, which is the driest pet we've ever seen in the entire game in pet cord.
Thank Christ it was Chaos Elemental, one of the easiest pets ever to get.
I know, right?
Well, I guess it makes sense though, because so many people go for that pet. Like nobody's even close to, you know, I mean, besides Casey that went like 6 times rate on Bloodhound, but like you just don't see those super long hour pets even being grinded that much. So wow.
You're right. Like it's fitting that it's that, because also you have to think about most people wouldn't ever finish.
Exactly.
If it was a long pet and that account, let's just Destiny doesn't. So Destiny isn't a thing when we're talking about pet rates, because they're random and they don't care about the past. But if someone was destined to go 11 times rate on Bandos, they probably would just never see that pet. They'd probably just give up before. So that's also why the rarest one we've ever seen is on Chaos Ellie.
Yeah, that makes total sense. I remember just spamming that old school bot, you know, where you like roll your RNG over and over, like plus corp 10,000, plus kill 10,000 corp or whatever you do. Anyway, I was typing like plus finish corp and just to see what my rate would be, and I remember just spamming it over and over, and there was a point where I got an Ellie and it was 44,000 kills for my first Ellie.
Nah,
I'm like, bruh, like can you imagine how incredibly depressing, because I'm still missing an Ellie on my account. That's actually the last thing I'm missing at corp, and I just imagine I'm like, dude, if I had to do another 40,000 kills, like what the hell, like that is dirty.
Yeah.
That is stupid.
This is like, it's just a memory of mine. No shade at all. But when Curtis got his Ellie, I felt like at the time people thought it was like the biggest accomplishment anyone's ever done. And then you go and realize he's only like 1.5 times rate.
And the nuttiest thing was he was actually lucky on full corp completion. Like, he was actually lucky on it, because I think when you just count the entire log, it's like the average is 1 in 7,000. Or sorry, not 1 in 7,000, but it's like an average of 7,000 kills.
Yeah.
And he literally got it early, and people were like, "Oh my god, he's the greatest of all time!" Like
I
he went
know.
so dry. I'm like, "What?"
I know. Because I was like deep into pet hunting at that point, right? That was
Yeah.
how long ago was that? That was probably like 2018, 2019. I can't even remember. But I remember I was pet hunting on Malfoy, and I remember just how big that was that he finally got it. And I remember looking at the rate, and I was like, "Oh, he's like 1.5 times rate." People were like, "This is the best thing that's ever happened. He's the best Iron Man." And I was just like, just imagine if that guy got 4 times unlucky on there. He would still fucking be there.
Oh yeah.
Well,
Oh
maybe
yeah.
not, but that's another reason why Iron Man's not for me, dude. I only had the
Yeah.
chance to get unlucky on a pet. You guys, every single drop from every boss, you have that likelihood of going unlucky on.
Yep.
So
It's ridiculous. Corp is just totally brutal. So I need to ask you this, even though I already know the answer. I feel like, do you think that old school, or do you think it would be appropriate for old school to have a mechanic where you eventually hit a point where you just are given the pet?
fuck no.
Okay,
Fuck
good.
no. No. That is what makes pet hunting like miserable, but like in a good way.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like that the hard part about pet hunting is that just not knowing when you're gonna get the pet, right? You're doing a God Wars boss. Let's say you're doing Sarah and you're 6,000 KC, and then one of your friends reminds you, "Hey, I just want to let you know, yeah, you're 6,000 Sarah KC, and you spent 150 hours here, but you're no closer to the pet than you were when you were 0 KC." Like
Yep.
that's just the like mentally torturing part of pet hunting that makes it great. I am so against pet thresholds, which is what like they're called in RS3, I think.
Yeah.
Where after you go a certain rate, you start to get a better increase, or sorry, once you go a certain KC, you get a better rate at the pet. I do not like that. I think that takes away from pet hunting, and it's gonna. I don't. I want pet hunting to stay the way it is. I don't want it to change to try to please the hyper casuals, and I don't use hyper casual in like a offensive way, just like people who play the game casually. I don't want them to change pet hunting to cater to the casual people who potentially can't spend a month on one pet. But like how I think of it is, if you are a casual player and you go for pet hunting, like you just have to be ready for that. You have to be aware that that can potentially happen, and you could spend months at a place, and you're not going to get a better rate if you go double the drop rate. You just got to keep grinding.
Yep. Yeah, I ask that mainly because I've actually had it brought up in certain Sae Bae casts. I'm not gonna, I wouldn't even be able to remember which ones they were brought up in. But some people do advocate for that. They kind of want that, and so it's good to hear somebody that actually pet hunts and has achieved all pets saying how much they wouldn't want it. So it's always good to hear somebody else's side of it, because I feel like whenever that discussion's brought up, people are like kind of like, oh, like that would be fine or something, but it's good to hear a hard no on that.
I mean, if you ask me that same question and I'm 5,000 KC for Bloodhound and I don't have it, I'm answering fucking yes. Give me better rates, but no. Overall, completely unbiased on whether I'm dry or not dry, I do not think we should have that. I think we should leave pet hunting the way it is. Don't give us sympathy rates. I'm going to call it sympathy rates because it makes me feel better about it, because that's what it is. I think it should just stay the way it is.
All right. The Duck Chris asks, now that you've done it for a few years, how do you feel about your journey through what you might call an alternative life path to the one you might have had? What? That you might have, though, okay, I'm literally struggling to read this right now. Basically, he's asking, I don't know that last part. I think it's a little bit grammatically incorrect. But he's trying to say, how do you feel now about your journey of having lived an alternative path that most people don't take, which is like content creation and streaming? So, yeah.
That is that's a loaded one. Okay, so at the start, I started streaming when I was a senior in undergrad. I was finishing up 2 majors. I was finishing up a Bachelor of Science in Math and another one in Statistics. So my schedule was already pretty packed. And I started streaming. It was actually my junior year summer going into senior year. I just started for fun, didn't think anything of it. I actually started Fun fact. A super old Twitch chatter named KPS. Are you familiar with the name?
Uh, yes, I
Yeah,
think. I mean, I'm familiar with the name, but yeah.
he's really, really like old school. He was a chatter in a lot of different streams. He's
Okay.
kind of a nuisance. He was a special chatter. All right.
Okay.
So believe it or not, I actually started streaming because he was going for Inferno Cape, and at the time I had like probably 20 KC. Well, I'm talking like back in 2018. This was 2018. I had maybe not 20. I probably had like 10 KC, and he was asking for tips, and I was like, oh, I'll just chuck this. I'll chuck a stream on, and I'll show you some things that I've learned throughout my Inferno KC. And that was like the very first stream I did. I think I had like 5 viewers at the time. And I didn't really ever think I was going to pursue streaming. Kind of my goal in life was always just school education. I was going to go back for a master's or a PhD if I wanted to stay longer in statistics and either do like consulting work or just do general like statistics work in an area that I found interesting. Like statisticians kind of work in all different areas. A lot of them work in like insurance, like especially life insurance. They work for like car companies, work for environmental companies, pharmaceutical companies have all pharmaceutical companies have teams of statisticians that work for them. So the the door was kind of open on where I wanted to work, depending on what I was most interested in for that. And that's kind of what I thought I was always going to do until I started getting to the point where I was like 30 to 40 to 50 viewers. And I was like, ooh, wait, I'm kind of getting close to partner number. And this is like by the end of junior year undergrad, right before senior year started. And at that point, I was kind of like, I want to keep trying this, see where it takes me. I still finished my undergrad. This was also at the time I was finishing up both of these. I just started a relationship, and I was trying to stream for like 20 to 25 hours a week, and that was a lot, dude. I remember for probably like all of senior year, I think I got like between 4 to 5 hours of sleep a night. There's no way I got more than 5 a night. It was bad. I was
Oh my
miserable
God.
the whole year, but I got through it, and then after senior year, so I knew about halfway through senior year that I was gonna at least take 1 year off and try streaming. And it since then has gone well. My family is like kind of like what do I think about it now that I'm living the lifestyle? Some days I genuinely would say like I regret it. That I'll be completely honest. There's some days that like being a content creator is hard. It's not always just easy, but that comes with every job.
Yeah.
And for the people who are listening, I don't want to be that person who's saying being a streamer is hard. I'm not saying being a streamer is hard by any means. I'm just saying there are difficult parts of every job. And there are definitely some times where I've thought, what if I just went back to school when I was supposed to? And at this point, I'd be out of grad school and I'd have like an actual normal job. But I don't know I don't know if I'd be happy doing that. I've always said like streaming, like I couldn't have gotten luckier with playing RuneScape for a living and streaming because I literally get to do what I did growing up and all throughout high school and college. But now, like, if I get paid to do it, and I can support myself and pay my bills. So, how do I feel about it now? I wouldn't say I regret it. I wouldn't say I regret it at all. I'm very grateful. I'm happy with where I am right now, especially now that I actually have motivation and goals for the future for like the next like year or two.
Yeah.
But I would be lying if I said that there wasn't parts of me who constantly think about how everything would have turned out if I did continue grad school and then got like a job after that.
It's so tough to say too, because like if you had never experienced this whole streaming lifestyle, I feel like the opposite. If you had stuck with school, I feel like that would always be eating you up with the regret of why didn't I do what I really wanted to do, which was streaming.
Dude, 100%. I knew for a fact. I know that I tried telling my parents this as well. I tried telling my parents like, if I don't pursue this, like I'm gonna think the rest of my life like what could have came from this if I didn't take it on, because I ended up getting partnered before I graduated senior year, and it was at that point that I was like, I really want to like just try putting like, my all into this and seeing where it can take me. And no, I'm really glad I did it.
Yeah.
My parents were not on board at first. My parents were not on board at first
Whose
at
parents
all.
are ever on board at first? They think you're
Okay.
psychotic. They thought I
Yeah.
was psychotic.
Oh, okay, good. So we're all in the same boat because mine are definitely older. They're like 50, 60 now. So they grew up in a way different generation. My mom went to school for biology, and she works in big pharma, which fuck big pharma. Not a fan of them. I don't think anyone should be a fan of them, but I'm grateful that she worked there and was able to raise me like the way she did.
Yeah.
And my dad went to law school. So
Oh,
a
shit.
biologist and a dad who went to law school. So they're both like sticklers.
Yeah.
Absolutely. They were very hard on education. They wanted me to kind of grow up with that normal lifestyle of you go to college, you get your education, and then you go to grad school if it fits your goals, and you get more education, and then you work a corporate job. So it was a big shock to them at first, moving over to this lifestyle. But I think my mom's came around. My dad, the lawyer, still is not. He really does not know what I do. I remember I jokingly told him at the start, because I was a piece of shit in college and in high school. I was a piece of shit, but and now, to be fair, but in college I told him what I was doing for a job, because I used to work for Uber and Lyft, and I told him I stopped that, and I told him that I was an online male entertainer as a job. The first time ever. And I kid you not, his face. We also grew up Catholic. So he's like, not only is he strict and stubborn about education, but he's like really religious. His face was the most priceless face I've ever seen. I've never seen my dad make that type of face. Like his jaw hit the floor. Like I couldn't tell if he was getting up to like try to ground me, even though I was in college, or to like just hit me in my fucking face. He looked so like a mix of shocked and pissed. And it was the best thing I think I've ever done. I still think about that instance when I told him that I was starting streaming, and I explained it like that for the first time.
Oh my
And then,
God.
unfortunately, so that I didn't get my ass beat, I had to instantly, quickly explain what I was talking about. But that is, they're coming around. He still struggles to understand exactly what it is, but my mom is definitely supporting me.
That's
which is
good. That's good. Yeah. I bet that weighs more on you than it probably affects other streamers, for example. Like just the way you were raised with those high expectations of, you're almost ingrained in this like sense of, I need to be more successful than I am. And I feel like that's like constant pressure maybe that's put on you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy. It's weird that you said that, because like my parents, I feel like, are the opposite. Like both of my parents support me. They still worry, because they think I think in my own mind, I think what they're thinking is that this comes to an end eventually, and that I have nowhere to turn afterward. I think that's the fear that they have, especially my dad. Even though they both support me, I just try to like remind them. I'm like, there's more, like there are so many ways to make money nowadays. Like there's so many ways, like we live in an online age where you can really just do anything. And like, like I'm actually, believe it or not, developing skills, even though I'm just playing RuneScape and making videos and streaming. Like these are all things that are helping me. So even if everything were to come crashing down, I've learned a lot throughout this, and especially just being independent and learning how to just do these things on my own. That there's so much learning involved. So I feel like that thought of, man, I really should have maybe like stuck with, like the corporate side of things and just been just whatever, like however my life was originally supposed to go. I feel like you have to remember how much you've learned over this time, and how much, like, I don't know, how many skills you've actually developed, even though it's literally just RuneScape and streaming. It's like the ability to entertain people for hours and hours and hours. Like that is an insanely valuable skill. that I don't think
Yeah.
people understand.
I'm gonna steal that next time because my parents say the same thing. They're like, so when is streaming ending? Because they always think that like streaming is only gonna last for a certain amount of time, and that they keep asking like, how's streaming? Like, have you started thinking about school yet? Like you're in your mid 20s, like you need to start thinking about school again. And I'm like, guys, stop, like chill. Like streaming's not just gonna die tomorrow and then I'm homeless. Like it's not that. It's not like that.
Yeah, yeah. No, it's yeah. Um yeah, it's just tough because like it's not like I know what's going to happen in the future. This is probably the most even though I feel very secure in what I'm doing, it is still a very insecure like option to have chosen, you know, to be a streamer.
Oh,
To
of course, we have like no job security at all. We have
yeah,
no benefits. We don't get health insurance.
I know.
Yeah, no, it secure is definitely not the right word when you're talking about a job like this, but it's also not it's not so insecure that we're worried tomorrow we're not gonna have a platform.
Yeah. And there's so many benefits to it. Like I know I know what you say by like streaming is harder than you initially think. It's not like it's a hard job, but it's like I think the idea that most people think when they get into streaming is this is like a dream come true. I can play my video game and pay my bills with it. And I think sometimes what makes streaming hard is that I don't want to say the word fantasy again, but I'm going to use it anyway. It's kind of like you put high expectations on yourself and you create these fantasies in your mind of like, wow, like this is just going to be constantly growing. And then you forget that no, streaming really is an up and down thing, hopefully with an upward trend. But man, like you really don't, especially when you're just streaming, it's like you don't know what you're making each month. Like there's no guarantee of anything. You can hope, but that's where like the stress comes in, and then like the thoughts of, man, I really wish I had some security with this. And then that ends up snowballing, at least, and this is my own just projections I'm putting onto you, so you can tell me if I'm wrong, but this is how I've thought about it, at least, is like just the expectations you put on yourself, and then when those fall through, you end up getting a little bit sad, like, man, I thought this was going better than it really is, or something like that. And then that can kind of put you in like a negative headspace where like, man, should I be doing something else with my time? And yeah, it's...
Dude, you are saying exactly how it works because that is so true. It is very month to month. Some months are better than others. And it's, yeah, you get in your head a lot when you kind of see the downward trends because, right, you're talking about everyone will see, you can't trend upwards forever.
Yep.
You're not going to get on the platform and only have your numbers go up each month. You're going to have periods where you fall back down.
Exactly.
And they suck, but it's, I don't know, it's part of it.
Yep. It and getting through that teaches you something, you know, it makes you better. It makes you like a better content creator. It makes you kind of a little bit more empathetic as well, because it can just, you can relate to other people that may be struggling as like a creator or whatever. I don't know. But yeah, I think that's where the main hardship comes. Streaming initially was like the funnest thing ever. I bet you can agree with me. Like first starting out streaming where everything's just growth and everything's just fun and new. It's just like the most addicting feeling ever. Like I never want this to end, but then, you know, things settle. The settling of it is like, oh, okay.
I have so many like
now.
specific memories from early on in streaming. Like I remember exactly where I was when I first hit 50 viewers without a host. And I'll never forget it. I was at Arma. I was pet hunting on Malfoy. And it was like at that moment that I think it clicked in my head. I was like, I could genuinely see myself doing this full time after I finish undergrad. And it's those types of things that just make it all worth it.
Yep. Yeah. Okay, so I need to ask you this. It sounds like, and I'm not completely 100% familiar with what your plan is, but it sounds like you're going to be making a YouTube series of this all pet speedrun. Is that correct?
Yes, we are.
And that's with Hootie Tootie, correct? Like that's your editor?
It is with Hootie Tootie. We also picked up Pack now. So Hootie's not going to take like the editing plus all like the extra stuff role. Pack is going to be the main editor, and Hootie's going to do any type of extra stuff. So like intro screens, outro screens, infographics. Hootie, Hootie's just super creative, so I kind of wanted to just have him be on like the creative aspect of it. And Pack is going to be our editor, and this is at just of like 3 days ago. So it has definitely been delayed. We're 3 months and 1 week into this account, but I think the first video is actually going to get put out this weekend. But at the absolute latest, it would be next weekend. And then after that, they'll be consistently coming out every like 1 to 2 weeks. And I'm super stoked for that side of it because I have never dipped my toes into YouTube.
Dude, it is good. And you're doing it in the right way. I have to just say that. Like the way you're doing it is how YouTube should be done, in my opinion, is making quality content from the get-go, not just kind of starting it. I don't know. Obviously, there's other ways to start YouTube. Like I started it with just uploading literal hour-long videos that were just silence. Like just, I don't know. It's just not for everybody, not for like anybody actually, pretty much. But like the way you're doing it and the idea, the vision I'm seeing is going to be really, really good for your channel, especially that you've already hired an editor. So like you don't have that put on your shoulders. Like now you have to upkeep this whole nother chore.
Yeah, I wanted to do that. I mean, even like I know I'm going to lose money, right? Like there's no way you can start a YouTube channel and be already at a profit. Like
Yep, it's investing in yourself.
After paying editors, I will absolutely be at net loss. But kind of how I thought about it is like Twitch is like how I make my money. So if I wanted to edit the videos myself, I'd have to take time off of Twitch, and that would probably result in less money. And I would rather just have someone do it who knows what they're doing, can do it quick and efficiently, and can make like quality stuff. Like I've seen how Pack edits, and I've seen what Hootie can do. So I know both of them have a lot of talent, and I'm just hoping I could bring my part to the table and make sure that these videos pop, and hopefully the series kicks off.
Dude, I think it's gonna absolutely pop off, and it's very unique. No, there's nothing like it right now.
Yeah, I have a lot of high expectations. I'm super excited to see how it goes,
dude. And it's addicting, man. YouTube is very addicting. I think what you're doing reminds me. Obviously, other creators have done it, but it just reminds me of kind of like what RS Chronicles did, where they were. I mean, I know it was Kemp Q's sort of idea with John MP4 and everybody, but like Kemp Q was losing money doing this. He had an idea to make a new community highlight channel, and him putting in a bunch of money and his own resources into it without a guarantee at all, but knowing like the risk is very low, is just really cool to see. And now the channel is just booming. I mean, sponsorships every video. I mean, he pulls 100,000 views every other day on another video. Like that is just like they are making bank now because of it. And obviously it's work. That is hella work. I mean, that is not, in my idea, that is not like super fun to do. Just like a bi-daily thing where you're just having to sit down for 8 hours and edit a very well edited video. But man, the payout is just insane now, and I can see that with your series, just a completely unique series that's super interesting to watch, I imagine, because like if you're doing the very sweatiest of methods in the future, obviously it's going to start out a little bit slower because, you know, just the early pets, but yeah, I can see it absolutely blowing up. And then any future series you have is just going to stack on. So
yeah, like you're talking about the start definitely for this series was slow. And I'm actually, for pets with 3 months in, I'm really happy with where we're at. But now, so like the first part of the account, which you could probably test to, is like just a lot of skilling and questing. So there's really no pet hunting there. So kind of just relating back, I'm kind of okay with the YouTube videos coming out now, because now there's more attention and I guess hype around my streams, which is then just going to push them towards that video. Whereas if the videos were to come out a month ago when I was still just questing and doing boring shit, I don't know if it would have done as well. Yep. So I think the timing actually works.
I'm excited for it, man. I'm excited to watch the videos.
I know, I am too.
And the best part, this is what, and I haven't even reached this point with YouTube. YouTube's, believe it or not, really is a big chunk of my paycheck nowadays. Like, it's surprising because YouTube initially was just a passion project that was making me nothing. And then to think that, oh, this has actually become like another avenue of revenue. That it's cool to see that. And I haven't even touched what I've talked to other creators on, which is sponsorships. I mean,
Yeah.
when I talked to Solo Mission on the cast, like, dude, like people pay just absolute bonkers money for like one YouTube video, and all you have to do is just talk about it for 60 seconds. It's not like Twitch where you have to basically beg your audience to download a game like nonstop throughout the stream.
Yeah.
It's literally just recorded in your video and make a way bigger payout than any sort of Twitch sponsorship would be willing to pay.
Yeah, like I said, this is my first time on YouTube, so I don't know anything about YouTube money. I don't really know how pay works or like what sponsor quotes are, but I am excited to see it.
Dude, I think you're gonna have an absolute blast. It's cool even from the get-go because it's all growth. That's what YouTube feels like. It's just very consistent. It doesn't really dip that much. The charts I've seen, the analytics I've seen on my YouTube is a very upward trend. It's so cool to see. Twitch is
awesome.
all over the goddamn place. It's just like, what is going on?
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm very excited for you for that. And yeah. Okay, I have to cover this real quick because it's at the top of my feed, and I just got to ask it. I've asked it past multiple casts, but Zoe Pancakes asks, have you ever done mushrooms?
Oh gosh. Okay, so I hope my parents don't ever listen to this. 'Cause like I said, they are very strict and Catholic and religious and anti everything besides
My
alcohol, which
parents
is
too.
funny because I have preached on this all the time. Alcohol is genuinely like one of the worst drugs, in my opinion, in terms of like detriment to your body, how much it affects you, what happens if you take too much of it. I don't get me wrong, I love alcohol, but I don't like the world we live in right now where we all just say alcohol's fine and everything else isn't fine. Yes, I've tripped. The first time I tripped was when I was 18. Psychedelics aren't my favorite, but I have a buddy who grows his own mushrooms in a legal place, and a legal place to trip. So it has been very fun every time I've done that. And my first experience with mushrooms was also awesome. It was at a lake house, and it was with a big group of friends in a comfortable place where I felt safe. And I definitely enjoyed my time with that.
That's good. That's good to hear.
They're fun.
Yeah.
They're fun. And they're grown from the earth. So you know what? Fuck the government. Like it doesn't, dude, it's literally grown from the ground. All right. People have been doing this forever. People have ate mushrooms and tripped forever. Like I don't understand the whole taboo behind it. It's probably something that in the next, I don't even know, like a decade to 2 decades, it's going to be decriminalized everywhere and probably legalized a lot of places. It's the same thing with weed. Like weed is taking that route right now, right? Like when our parents grew up, weed was just so, well, I mean, our parents grew up with like the war on drugs. Was that Nixon? I can't remember the president. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But the president would go on and would tell everyone how bad drugs are, and you can't do drugs. You can't let your kids do drugs, or it'll kill them and it'll ruin their lives. Now, this isn't to say drugs do ruin people's lives, absolutely, but a lot of things ruin people's lives. And in my view on a lot of different drugs in general is like you need to know yourself, you need to know your body, you need to know your limits, and just like use in moderation. But like recreational use to try stuff, I mean, we only get one life, we only have one body. Like I want to try a lot of different things and see if I like it or not. And like so the fuck what? If it like it was mushrooms specifically, like I do not feel any ounce of bad with eating a mushroom that is grown from the ground.
Yeah, that's very interesting. You know what's ironic about me asking this is I actually just very recently had a pretty traumatic trip that was probably the single-handed, I don't know what I'm trying to say. The scariest trip I've ever had, basically.
Yeah.
And it was quite overwhelming for me. So I think for the longest time, and I agree with you, by the way, about your sentiment with alcohol. Like alcohol's the fucking worst. Like that's like literally like the worst drug. Well, besides, I'm not going to start rating drugs, but alcohol's awful for you. Now there's obviously risks with all drugs, and when you experience like a really traumatizing, like not traumatizing, but just very terrifying trip, it kind of brings you back to, at least for me, where I don't know, I feel like I've shared quite openly on Twitter about how much I love mushrooms. But yeah, when you experience something that like sort of comes out of the blue and you weren't expecting it, and it can put you in a dark headspace, it reminds you that this stuff is not to just be joked around about, and not to just, it is a serious substance. It actually has real risks. And
Yeah,
so
it absolutely is. I always have like told people like you need to make sure you're in a comfortable place. You need to make sure you're in a mentally good headspace. I mean, psychedelics in general, if you are like not in a mentally good headspace at the time, you should just not take psychedelics, because they will reach the deep depths of your brain, and they will dig out whatever your inner thoughts are, and they will bring them right to the forefront, and they'll make you think about them. They'll make you deal with it on the spot. And I've had my experiences with them. I like them, but I also like know myself, and I know when not to.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it's funny because I'm actually probably going to be taking a big, like, huge tolerance break. No, I can't even call it a tolerance break, just a break for myself. Just because I think, like you said, bringing things to the forefront of your mind, it like showed me a lot of shit that I was like dealing with, and I'm like, holy shit, like without going and making this a whole therapy session, I'm probably going to be taking a little break from it. But yeah, it's definitely been very beneficial, but there's risks to it, so you gotta be careful.
Yeah, you know yourself better than anyone else. So
Okay, Manic Marauder asks, this I guess sort of stems on it a little bit, but first concert and first festival favorite? Share a story. He wants to hear a story of you are a festival goer, is that correct?
Oh yeah. First concert or festival ever was Lollapalooza. I was, oh gosh, I don't remember the year. The headliner was Hardwell and Martin Garrix. Lollapalooza in Chicago. I grew up kind of near the Chicago area, about like an hour, 2 hours away. And God, I do not miss Lollapalooza. Lollapalooza festival. It was perfect for my age because I was like 16 to 18. But it has a lot of kids there, and a lot of people who I feel like go to it for a social outing more than just the music. And that was my first experience. Story from that one. I don't have like a specific story from that. Trying to think of like in all my festivals of what would be my favorite festival I've ever been to was Bass Nectar. He did a Halloween run my sophomore year of college, which would have been 2017. He did 2 stops in Grand Rapids, Michigan, and then he did his final stop in Peoria, Illinois. And that, like, just down to the roots was the most batshit like weekend I've ever had in my life. Bass Nectar is now canceled, kind of, which I don't want to talk about.
Okay.
I don't still like support him, or I don't support anything he's done in the past, but I'm just talking about strict memories here.
Yeah.
That had just like the most insane, diverse group of people I have ever met in my life. And I went with a girl who I definitely had a crush on at the time, but nothing unfortunately stemmed from that. But that definitely would have been my favorite. My first, looking back, was probably one of my least favorites. I've been to a lot of Lollapaloozas just because of how close it was to get to where I grew up. I'm bummed I have like a lot of interesting memories. But I can't think of any that are like super interesting for someone who wasn't in that mindset at the time. You know what I mean?
You're totally right. It's all about the feeling. Like, you explaining the feeling of being at one of those live festivals is like, you can't explain it really.
Yeah. Everyone's just doing their own thing. Yeah. That's what I like about it. Everyone's doing their own thing. If you go to the right festival, no one really cares about whatever anyone's doing around you. We're all just there just to live in the moment, get fucked up if that's your type of thing. I mean, I've been to a lot of shows sober before, and they're just as good. Being sober, what I found out, like if I'm going to go to a show sober, I'd like really try to make sure I'm around a group of friends that I enjoy. But I don't know. It's all about just being in the moment and listening to it. Like I just, are you into like progressive at all? Progressive house. Like, do you know what Ten
Oh
Liquor
yeah.
is?
Yeah, yeah,
So you
yeah.
do. Yeah, I just saw Ten Liquor over New Year's Eve, and like that was the time. Like a Ten Liquor show's never gonna be like batshit crazy, right? Like it's very melodic, it's soothing, it's nice on the ears. It was one of the most relaxing, just like intimate sets I think I've ever had with the people who I went with, but also like the random people around us. And that's kind of like why I like live music so much. Is just like I will make like connections with people. I'll make like almost like intimate conversations with people around me, and I won't ever get their phone number and I won't ever talk to them again, but like that's just okay because that's like why we're there,
Yep.
just to be in the moment and do stuff that I don't usually do on a day-to-day basis.
That's
That's why I
really
like it.
yeah. I kind of regret having not gone to festivals in my younger years. I still want to. In fact, I believe you know Scotty Freeballer, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm,
he's like, dude, you got to come out to a festival like
you
at
have
some point,
to.
you know, because like I've
I met
been
up with him on New Year's.
okay, yeah, he. Oh
Yeah,
yeah, yeah, you had mentioned that.
yeah, I was at
Now that I'm
the
thinking about it,
proper festival with him.
yeah, I love
Yeah,
Scotty. He's
yeah,
fucking
he's a good
awesome.
guy.
But yeah, I never ever went to like festivals. I just go to small venues. I was more into like indie alternative music growing up,
Hmm.
and I had a friend that was like super into it. He would always take me to concerts that were like very small venues, and
It is not too late.
nothing like a festival.
Don't ever think it's too late. So now that I'm a little bit older now, I've kind of grown out of some of my older music tastes. Like I grew up a dubstep kid, 100%, like through and through. Bass Nectar was my favorite, favorite artist to see. I had a lot of friends who were into Tipper, who also is like a super selective style of music with a very insane fan base, very dedicated fan base. He still has a very dedicated fan base, but I
Mm.
grew up kind of like in the deep depths of dubstep, and then slowly but surely I've like been working my way out of it into like house tech and like progressive house. I've really been enjoying a lot, and I went to an Anjuna family event, which is Above and Beyond's label,
Mm.
and I have never experienced so much friendliness and like giving as I have there. And I felt, bro, I literally felt young. Like the average age at an Anjuna event is probably like 30 to 35.
Holy, okay.
It was a lot of like, so like, first of all, they're older guys. I think they're both in their like 40s, maybe getting close to 50s now. They've been in this scene forever. And their events, Above and Beyond's events, are fantastic. I'm actually going to the Weekender. They call their events Group Therapy. The Group Therapy Weekender at the Gorge in Washington next year. The one last year was so great that I'm going again this year, and the lineup is insane.
Hell yeah.
So probably as I get older, I'm probably gonna get into music that has an older like listening
Yeah.
base.
Yeah,
I'm
you almost
not
need to.
Yeah, I'm not as young and dumb and psycho as I was when I was like 18, so I can't keep up with like really that many dubstep shows anymore.
That's funny. Yeah. No, that kind of ends up happening. Uh you kind of just like my own music taste has actually changed even into streaming. I remember like initially I was listening to kind of like alternative music, and then it slowly drifted into trance, like very much just trance only. And then it sort
Hmm.
of drifted into a little bit of progressive, and then a little bit of like progressive classics from like the 2000s and stuff. And then it just ended up, I don't know, I feel like I just listened to like electronic dance music a little bit more, but it's always drifting. But I know what you mean about like you kind of have to go with your own age group, even if you don't want to. It's just like no, you kind of gotta like there hits a point where you're just looking like a zoomer if you stick with your original music tastes.
Yeah, no, it's also I don't know. I think it's good to evolve your music taste because you'll never forget the times you had in the past. You'll never forget that old music, but
That's true.
it's I don't know, kind of going through like the process of getting into different genres and figuring out what's best for like where you are in your life has been really enjoyable for me.
Okay. Mope Solo asks, or he says, bandana to no bandana, an amazing music taste to being a fellow log dogger, 100% the streamer who got me hooked on Twitch and OSRS with a passion. As an intense pet chaser, what's your favorite and least favorite pet? do you still feel motivated to race for first to each new pet?
Wow. So the first part of that was an insane compliment. Thank you, Mope. But favorite and least favorite pet. Let's start with that one first. Least favorite pet is probably Guardians of the Rift right now, I would say, or Squirrel. Neither of them I mind too much. It's going to be stuff that I just like sesh out Netflix shows or movies while I'm doing, but neither of those are also engaging, like, right? Like no one's going to wake up in the morning and they're going to rip the sheets off them. They're going to be like, I am so excited to do Guardians of the Rift today. Like I'm fucking pumped, right? Like that's just not going to happen ever. So I'll do those pets and I will get them, but those aren't stuff that I would say I'm looking forward to. So those are probably my least favorite. Most favorite, I love Tob. Tob is the best raid out of the three. Don't care what anyone says. Tob's great, so I'm probably most looking forward to Tob.
Now, does that directly? Okay, let me see how to phrase this. So your most favorite pet? Would you want to go the driest at Tob, or is there another pet that you would actually like to go driest on? Like, is there a pet that you actually are wanting to go dry on because it's such enjoyable content? Or is that just not in the like, I don't know.
Sater, the pet hunter in me, I cannot tell you that I want to go dry on a pet. That just the pet hunter in me will not allow me to do that.
Okay. I figured.
Do I want to do 2 Tobs before I get the pet? No. Yeah. But am I telling you right now that I want to go 4 times the rate and spend 500 hours in this speed run at Tob? Also no.
I see. So you just want every pet to be like on rate almost.
Yeah, if every pet was perfectly on rate, I'd chill. I'd be perfectly fine with that. That'd be awesome. What was the last question? Least favorite pet, favorite pet, and then what was
feel motivated to? Well, I'm assuming you still feel motivated. You've only had 4 so far, so.
Was the question about motivation on Malfoy, on getting new pets when they come out on Malfoy, or was it?
Oh, I don't know, actually. That's a good question. So he just asks, do you still feel motivated to race for first to each new pet? Oh, it must be on Malfoy then.
Malfoy, yeah.
That must be it.
I did with Moospa, but I can't promise in the future if every time there's a new pet, I'm going to be on Malfoy the day of doing it. Yep. That account's not going anywhere, kind of how I think of it. And if, let's say, like the new speedrun all pets account is like really kicking off, the YouTube side's really doing successful, stream side's really doing successful, I might not be going back to Malfoy. I will at some point, but I'm not gonna like promise that every time a new pet comes out I'm gonna be on Malfoy day of until I get it.
I mean, I can definitely see, even in the near future, how that would be a huge detriment. I mean, think about Desert Treasure 2. 4 new bosses coming out. You're really going to just hop onto Malfoy for the next 6 months and grind out 4 pets?
Yeah, so we don't know if there's going to be 4 new pets, but I mean, that's what most people are thinking.
Right? Like
most people are thinking it is.
Yeah, there's no way they're not going to each have a pet.
Yeah,
like, let's be honest,
it's like,
right?
That could literally be like our GW2. Like our God Wars Dungeon 2 could literally just be Desert Treasure 2. And it's just 4 unique new bosses all at once. That's a lot. And most pets are around like 100 to 200 hours. So we're looking at 400 to 800 hours just with one quest, which that's talking about the rate. I don't want to talk about what happens if you go over rate, but
yeah.
I'm not entirely sure. I'm not fully made up if I'm actually going to be going back on Malfoy right away, but that'll be like a case by case scenario.
I see. Okay, so is there like an appropriate amount of hours for a pet to be? Like, let's just imagine these new 4 bosses come out. What would be the most optimal in your head of like how many hours these pets should take efficiently? Like, would you be super annoyed if they were like 400-hour pets? Or would you be more annoyed if they were just like 40-hour pets? Like, I don't know, just...
So this is something that I've thought about a lot actually along the way, and I've talked to a lot of other pet owners about it. Pet hours are inconsistent as shit. Yep. Sometimes I genuinely think the JMods are spinning a wheel and the wheel has like 5 different hours associated and they're just picking the one that the wheel spins on. I don't understand how they create their hours to the pet. Tempo Ross, for example, when Tempo Ross was released, the JMods had no idea of Firefighter Method. Firefighter Method sped up the hours by double. So when Tempo Ross came out at a 1 in 8,000 rate, ridiculous, by the way. Whoever made that rate literally spun a wheel and said, sure, thumbs up. And the JMods had no conversation about it. Whenever Tempo Ross came out at 1 in 8,000, I have no idea what they were thinking at all. The only thing that I can think about is that they're going to always lean on the side of potentially making them more hours because they know that that is a guarantee for player activity within that content for an increased amount of time.
Yep.
Right. Like the JMods know that. The JMods know that there's a lot of people who have reached end game in RuneScape. There's a lot of pet hunters. There's a lot of call loggers, especially with Bodhi doing it now. But Bodhi's audience is massive. He has a big pull on this community. People see Bodhi call logging and pet hunting, and they want to go call log and pet hunt. So my thought process on like why sometimes they do add random pets to high hours is because they want to increase the time spent within that content. I'm never going to be able to prove that. The JMods are never going to admit it if they do that, but that's my thought on why some are that high. Would I like to see the new Desert Treasure 2 each of the 4 be like 400 hours each? Hell no. Omelet rate was already too high. We still don't know to this day if Omelet rate was supposed to be that high. When Omelet came out, they accidentally made it 1 in 650 purples. So once again, this is another thing that the JMods will never admit it. It is stupid. So they admitted that it was a mistake, but the JMods will never admit what they wanted the rate to be.
Exactly.
A lot of people think they wanted the rate to be 1 in 650 chambers. And then maybe they had a conversation about making it so you only get a pet roll on a purple, and they just forgot to change it. And then some people think that they actually meant to make it 1 in 65 purples, but they accidentally added a 0. So we still don't know to this day if the JMods actually intended on making it 1 in 65 purples, because if it was only 1 in 65 chambers with, let's say, like an average points of 30k a raid, that's way less than 1 in 65 purples.
Yeah.
So comparing, Omelet is the longest boss pet in the game. So I don't even like comparing the other bosses to Omelet, because to this day, we still don't know if Omelet was a mistake or not. We know they made a mistake at the beginning of making it 1 in 650 purples. But we don't know if they changed it to... We don't know if they changed it just by like eliminating the 0 and saying we accidentally added on a new 0, or if they wanted to make it 1 in 65 raids in general. So I'm rambling so hard specifically about Omelet right now. But rates, I think like the sweet spot is anywhere around like 100 to 150, or let's say like 50 to 150. So when forestry comes out and this new pheasant pet comes out, no one actually wants to spend 100 hours or 200 hours killing pheasants with a fucking crossbow or a slingshot. Like, I'm sorry, they can try to make it as interesting as they want, but it's never going to be as interesting as like a legit boss. So I would like to see more stuff like that. If they're super strict and stubborn on like adding minigame pets, like a Giant's Foundry pet, I think those should lean more towards like the 50 hours.
Yes.
Make it the rarest thing, make it rarer than anything that you can buy from the shop, but don't go overboard. Don't do Tempo. The Tempo Ross did not need to be... Tempo Ross, when it was released, was like a 200-hour pet. Like, that is longer than any God Wars pet. That is longer than Corp. That is insane. There's no reason for that. So minigame pets, like, I guess non-important pets, I think should be around 50. PvM pets, I think should be like, I don't know, anywhere between like 100 and 200. Those are like normal. Like, Nightmare is like between 100 and 200. All God Wars are between that. DKs are really fast, but most bosses I would say are around like 100. I think that's the sweet spot in my opinion. And I would be happy if the DT2 bosses were around that.
I actually want to ask about DKs because I had actually pulled up my pet log when you had just mentioned it. Like what you're doing is hunting all pets on the collection log portion of all pets, not the dusts and stuff. And I saw the 3 DKs pets. I don't have any of them yet. I think I'm just about 5,000 KC total DKs. Yeah. But what are your thoughts on DKs? I know they're fast, but there's 3 of them, and they're all 1 in 5,000. Like, do you think Jagex could ever pull a stunt like that ever again and make?
No.
Like, like,
No, I don't.
that's ridiculous.
So when DKs got released with the first batch of pets, when I started pet hunting, there's actually only like 15 pets in the game. It was in the teens. There was so little. The no skilling pets were in the game at the time, and it was like DKs, God Wars, and Corp. They all got the 1 in 5K rate. I don't know why they did it, but I think they just pulled off some tape and slapped that rate on all those bosses right at the start just to do it. I don't think they're ever going to make another 1 in 5K rate from a boss pet.
Okay.
I wouldn't say those were mistakes, but I don't think they're ever going to do that again.
Yeah. The DK's one especially, it's just weird. It almost seems like there should just be one DK's pet, and you could just transmog them. Like, that would make perfect sense in 2023 if they were to do something like that. But yeah, having 3 unique DK's pets is very strange.
I do agree. Even though those are fast pets with alts nowadays, I know you're not, you can't play an alt, so it kind of sucks for you, but those are like insanely fast, and there's pretty ironed out methods for all different permutations of those. No matter which one you get first, the other 2 that you have, there's a method and like video guides on it, and they're all around like 100 kills per hour, so they're pretty good.
Yeah, and they've made it pretty easy, especially with the like ladders. You can just jump up and down. Yeah.
2 instances per world.
Yeah. Okay. So let's see. Oh, I wanted to mention, just because he had brought it up, and I think there's another question. So let's talk about the bandana. Just because you don't wear it anymore. So what was the reason for you not wearing it anymore? Was there any like hidden thing, or was it just you were just sick of it?
Bro, I fucking hated wearing that bandana. Oh my God. I am a creature of habit though, and I get comfortable doing something and I don't really want change. The bandana started when I was really young, like 16 to 18. I wore like bandana to festivals. I was that dumb kid who fucking had a bandana on and glasses and was probably getting a little bit too fucked up, but it's okay. We all go through those phases. So I had a lot of bandanas at the time.
Yeah.
And I like put it on because like there was no one like who streamed without it, so I thought that like maybe it would help me stand out more.
I think it did, to be quite honest. I think I'm gonna have you continue, but I just want to say I thought the bandana was kind of cool, to be honest, and I felt like it was part of your brand, but I don't know what was going through your head at the time.
Yeah, no, I definitely at the beginning thought that it would be an easy way to like have something associated to me, and to have me stand out. And I agree. I do think it worked, but wearing that thing every day was not fun. And I'm very glad it is off now. It took so long for me to take it off. One, because I'm a self-conscious person, and I don't know. I didn't want to deal with people talking about my fucking big forehead or people just constantly ragging me about where's the bandana. Like, yeah. I assumed that would be the entirety of every stream for months down the road. Thankfully, when I took it off, it was only like 2 streams where I was getting constant questions about it, but I was just paranoid that it would annoy the hell out of me, and so I just dealt with it for years.
That is so funny. I don't know. I just think the whole thing is. I think maybe if it's already passed, maybe if not, I think in the next few years you're just gonna realize like how silly the whole thing was. Of the like, I do the same things. Like I'm very self-conscious too about certain things. I'm not gonna mention them or also get trolled about them. But but like, it's funny when you just take a step back and realize how silly it was to like have overthought it so much. You know what I mean?
Oh, 100%. And not only that, like I was done with the bandana after like 1 year, and I wore it for like 4 years on the stream, close to 5. So,
and then it just become like the longer you have it on, like the more hard, like,
hesitant you are to make the change.
Yep.
Yeah.
Totally feel that. Yeah. I mean, you're still Coxie at the end of the day, so it didn't matter if you wore a bandana or not. But I think personally it was, I don't know. I felt like that was sort of a cool brand move to do because, yeah, like you said, like nobody had it at one point. But I feel like the obligation that you might have put on yourself that now you need to wear this or don't wear it. Like there's no like in between because you never made it that. If you had just started streaming like by putting a bandana on here and there, it probably would have just been such an easier time for you to just understand. You can just not have it on, but you can if you want. But just that feeling, that obligation that you've put on yourself now to just always have it on. It's just, Well, I was just interested. So how was that feeling of you taking it off for the first stream? Obviously, it was scary, but like, were you just relieved?
Yeah, other than being like nervous the whole time about, everyone overthinks everything. I don't know. I thought I would just get so many trolls just hounding me 24/7 about it. But no, it really was fine. It was a lot of people who are like in the community, been around the community forever, like asking why I took it off, and like that was fine. But it felt great. It feels fantastic not having to worry about it, and I'm definitely happier this way.
That's nice.
And my skin I didn't really actually have any like bad acne, but it definitely did irritate it if I was wearing it for like too long periods.
Yep. Was there, I just need to ask out of curiosity, was there ever a time where you were about to go live without the bandana when you did wear the bandana? Or were you like pretty on point with just always having it on before you start stream?
There's not a single time in the 4 years that I accidentally went live or almost accidentally went live without it on.
Holy shit.
That's like the level of self-conscious I was. There's nothing. Dude, this is something that like stream doesn't even really know.
Yeah.
But I have the same bracelet that I have worn on my right arm since I started streaming. And I wear it every day. No one ever sees it, but it's just like my brain is a really fucking weird place. Like if I even think about going live without feeling that bracelet like on my arm, like it'll throw me off. And there's been a point where I've delayed stream for like 20 minutes because I had to fucking find the thing before I went live, or there's no way I was gonna make it.
That's nuts.
I wish I could understand my brain a lot of the time. But,
is it like OCD?
Maybe it is. I don't know. I've never been diagnosed with anything. I've never gone to talk to anyone about it. But
it's really interesting.
I'm glad the bandana is over, but that's like the level of psycho my brain gets sometimes about this stuff. Like I'm not even on stream right now. I'm just talking to you, but the bracelet's on.
Yeah.
Because I feel like I'm kind of on stream right now, and it just like it's making me like feel more comfortable.
That's so interesting. This is not even related the exact same, but when I used to play Guitar Hero, I was totally addicted to Guitar Hero in high school. I'd play it every single day for like 5 hours after school, and I would just practice like expert songs and try to get really good at them. But I had this weird problem where like I would get very, very, very hypersensitive. Like if I was mastering a song, like if I was gold starring it in the moment, as soon as I got to like 80% of the song through, I would start super hyper analyzing like every single feeling in my body, like almost sabotaging myself so I'd miss a note. Yeah. And I would do these weird little rituals, sort of like I would have to have my foot in a perfect spot, and I'd have to have my like hand on a certain spot, or else I would like jinx myself. I would think like everything needs to be perfect right now. I need to be in a perfect like seat, like I need to be sat down perfectly straight, and I don't know, I would hyper analyze. So I know it's not the same thing, but I kind of know what you're talking about, where like things need to be the right way, or you're gonna, or it's just
it'll throw you.
Yeah, it'll throw you off.
Throw you off 100%. Yeah, no.
So
that is exactly how I feel. And it's always small things. It's like stuff that doesn't even matter, but it's something that like it'll trigger something in your brain where it will just throw you off.
Yeah, that's so interesting. I don't think I have anything with streaming that comes to mind. Although I will admit fully that there are some days where I'll like get ready for the stream and I will not start the stream for like 20 minutes. I'll literally just be sitting there just thinking about the stream. I'll be like,
bro, everyone does. Every streamer does that. I will not listen to anyone who does not say they've not sat at their computer 20 minutes for the stream and just like either stared at Twitter like brain off, or just like thought about the stream. That everyone.
Yeah. Okay, that's good to know.
You're not alone with that.
Yeah. It's bad though sometimes. Okay, so this is a topic that we've decided to cover, and I'm going to read it. What was your mindset at the time when it happened? Bandos AHK incident. Did you really think anything of it at the time? How did it really change your mindset on things like that, whether it be cheating in general, levels of cheating, clienting, AHK, maybe Parsec, Infernal Capes, account services? Did the public perception of you going forward change anything? How did the TOA incident add to this / change anything now that it was more recent? Thoughts in general. So I'm also just going to reiterate for maybe those that don't watch Twitch and don't know what the hell I just said. Basically, just in regards to what had happened with the Bandos incident, where a little AHK script went off, and then TOA of there was a bug in the game that allowed you to have more invocations on, and you were caught doing that. And in my, I know I'm just like adding on more stuff right now, but here, you know what? I'm just gonna let you talk about it.
No, you're just clarifying it.
Okay, I'm only clarifying that because of people that maybe don't know. And so, what are your whole thoughts on that? What was your thought process at the time, and how do you see it now that those two incidents have passed? I guess.
Yeah. So that there's a lot of questions in that. So let's take it first one at a time.
Okay.
So Bando's AHK. First of all, let's go way back. Cheating. I've never been. I cheated in high school. 100%. I feel like most people did. I have kind of always had a little bit of a lazy bone in my body about stuff that I don't feel passionate about. And I unfortunately have absolutely cheated on like homework, and I think I've only cheated on like one test in high school, and I remember it scared me so shitless that I never did it again. But that's not like, it's not something that kind of hurts my moral or my ethic values so much that I would have not done it. So let's start there and go forward into RuneScape. So RuneScape's out. I've been playing RuneScape for literally ever. I played through a lot of different eras in this game. I played in the era before we had shift click drop, where HKing was very common. I remember when I first set up AHK, it was for lava runes. Is it either for lava runes or for dropping fish?
Yep.
I'm talking back in. I'm talking probably like 2016, 2017 here. The first time I ever set up AHK was I watched an Autumn Elegy video. He had a guide, like a really pretty popular guide on how to set up mouse keys or HK at the time. And that is what initially like got me kind of into it. At that time, our mindset was very make sure every action is 1-to-1, which means you're clicking one button on your keyboard and it's doing one action in game. And that action would be like right click a fish. And then you have to click another button to drop down the 8 pixels that it is to drop down to the drop button, and then another button to click drop. So whenever at the beginning, whenever I was using HK, I always try to stick to like the 1-to-1 stuff for dropping fish like that. It was 3 buttons on a keyboard to drop one fish, but you could kind of like do it really quick. And that was a pretty common thing. It was not taboo at all at the time. The JMods never spoke out about it. They also never clarified saying that you could do it. It was kind of just something that we all did. And I mean, I used it for lava runes as well. Okay, fast forward. The Bandos HK was on an Iron Man. And as I enjoyed my time playing Iron Man, there's definitely a lot of stuff that I did not enjoy on Iron Man. Like the chore part of Iron Man, which is specifically like most skilling in general. I was okay with, but it was something about cleaning herbs that I just hated. And I was at Tob at the time on the Iron Man, so I didn't want to spend GP at all because I was in my head, I was so stuck on like all my GP is going to go into Blood Runes because I had a saying at the time. And I didn't want to spend GP on it, and I just was. Truth be told, I was fucking lazy. I was lazy, and I didn't want to actually like do it myself. So I used so the script that I used, actually I got from a friend. It was a fish dropping script that I actually never used. It was, I think, only 27 spots in the inventory. If you go back and watch it, it doesn't actually hit all 28. It only hit 27. But It was a phishing script that I used to clean herbs, and honestly, it was just purely out of laziness, out of me like wanting to cut corners and not actually have to go through that process on the Ironman. Okay, now a thing that I have never really told social media or stream, because at the time it wouldn't have made a difference, right? Like I was still caught using HK, I was caught cutting corners and cheating. It doesn't make it any better, but I was literally sent that script the night before it went off. It was still bound to F5, which if I was actually using that script, it would not have been bound to F5. F5 is my spec bar. I still use the old F keys. So I genuinely didn't use it any other than that night, which is why I think I only got a 2-day for it. I don't have confirmation on this, but I don't doubt one bit in my mind that they did not go through my account at the time and look to see how often I was using it and if I was actually abusing the fuck out of it everywhere in the game or at like all different skills in the game, like fishing or I don't know where else you'd abuse a script like that. Like just dropping like logs maybe at Teaks. I do think that I would have gotten more than a 2-day, either a 2-week or a perm. So that script specifically was only used for one night of cleaning all my herbs in my bank. Now, does that make it any better? Absolutely not. But it was not a thing that people made it out to be, that I'm just like someone who's been cheating my entire time on RuneScape, and that's like the only thing I can do. A habitual line stepper. I can't control myself from cheating. It's like an itch that I can't stop itching. I'm really not that type of person, despite what people want to make it out to be.
Yeah.
My consequences going forward, dude, that scared the fuck out of me. I remember I was dating Delaney at the time. I remember telling Delaney, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna like, you're gonna have to like start paying the bills. My job's gonna be over. This is 100% gonna cancel like my career, even though it was a mistake that I made for one night. I wish she could come in here and confirm this, because I know she remembers that night too. Because I was like, I'm so sorry, but like you're gonna have to like start paying the bills. I'm going to like look for something else to do, because this is 100% gonna be career ending for me.
Holy shit. Okay.
Thankfully, it wasn't.
Yeah.
But I definitely did learn my lesson, and I think it was at that moment how much I realized that I took this for granted, and I was just stuck in the mindset of wanting to get progress as quick as possible, whether it was on stream or off stream. And off stream, I was being lazy at the time and didn't want to do it. And I mean, yeah, obviously I fucking like regret it. I wish I could go back and not ever have done that and not ever have been known as that person. Okay, fast forward to TOA. The AHK thing also was 2 years. I think it was January of 2021. So it was over 2 years ago. 2 years and like 3 months now was when that went off, and all that happened. So 2 years down the line, nothing's happening. Everything's fine and dandy. And then TOA, bro, the TOA conversation is so tricky, because now at this point, people have a predetermined mindset of what they believe I am as a person, and they believe they know where my morals and ethics lie. Now, I'm going to say it, and I know people aren't going to believe it, but I genuinely did not think what I was doing on TOA was going to be something that would get me in as much trouble as it did. The TOA invocation dupe was a way to dupe specific invocations, and it would allow you to turn others off. Now, it didn't make the raid really that much easier, right? So if you duped invocations up to a 450 invocation raid, everything still hits like it's 450. It's just the thing is, you might be able to turn upset stomach off, or like Baba boulders rolling faster, right? So that was more of just something that I truly didn't think that would blow up as much as it did. And not only that, but the fact that I did it for one night, and one night only. And I actually wasn't even the person who knew about it. It was the team that I was sessioning with at the time said that you could copy paste duped invocations from other people who had figured out how to duplicate it. And I ran a session with him that night of it on, and obviously I faced the consequences hard. Now, once again, this doesn't mean that I shouldn't have gotten in trouble, and I realize that a lot now, but I literally every like from after that night, and I still have the DMs and I have the timestamps and everything. Actually, I think I went to bed that night. I think I went to bed that night, and in the morning, before I even started stream at like 8 in the morning my time, I sent a message to the JMods telling them exactly like what was happening. At that time, I did figure out how the duplication process worked because my team member talked to the person who he got it from, and I told them everything that I knew about the duplication process and the fact that it was being easily shared because you can copy paste other people's invocations, which is where it was like rapidly being shared around. And within 24 hours, it was the ability to duplicate invocations was removed, and it didn't come until like a week later when then anti-cheat went through and checked everyone's accounts who abused it is when I got caught up in it. So then it was this whole mindset of me thinking that I was okay because one, I did it for one night session. Two, I told the JMods how everything I knew about it and that it was fixed within a week. I got a response from them saying, thank you. We passed it on to the team. And within 24 hours, it was banned. I want to clarify one more time before people are listening to this and think that I'm saying that I should be safe because I did that. I fully agree with like the decision that they made now. I know absolutely better. I should never have stepped foot inside of there. I was asked by my teammates if I wanted to join them because they had figured out how to duplicate them. And I said yes out of my own will. So I'm not trying to say that I was forced into it. I willingly accept. I just genuinely did not feel like I was doing something that was going to get me in a lot of trouble. Whereas the AHK, I absolutely knew what I was doing could get me into a fuckload of trouble. Now, is that naive of me? Yeah. Was it immature of me? Also, yeah. I just, I should have avoided it completely. And it just added on to the layer of people thinking that all I can do is cheat in the video game and that it's something that I just am going to inherently do. Like there are people who I get this like often who like will find me in game or come to my Twitch chat and be like, oh, I can't wait 2 months until this account is banned that you're playing right now. Like, dude, I have never gotten an account perm banned ever. My AHK was a 2-day macro minor, which is now expired. It's not even on my ban history. And then the TOA stuff, I still feel a certain type of way about that. Yeah. But that's something that I'm gonna have to deal with, and I learned from, and it was a good wake up call. I mean, I don't know why I thought that just because I knew I was going to tell the JMods about it and give them all the information that I knew that I would get away safe. That's like not right of me to think that way. And that was a good kind of like slap in the face to me to realize that at the end of the day, I am just a player and I am going to get the same treatment that everyone else got.
Yeah, man. Yeah, so let me just state this for the audience listening. Now, I have been permanently banned on one of my accounts. So I know the feeling of doing something wrong. I auto-clicked AUX on my first ever hardcore. Technically, it actually got unbanned 4 years later, so I actually have the account back. But at the time, it was horrible. It was just horrible. And it was one night of it, you know? It's the same kind of thing with you where it's just like you make a mistake one night and you know what you're doing is wrong, but you're like, man, having to go through tens of thousands of AUX right now sounds like misery.
I know.
And so you just do it, and you know, I had friends that were telling me, "Oh, like do it," you know, like I've auto-clicked to 99 Magic multiple times. You know, I remember having a friend in college literally telling me that, and I'm like, "Oh, okay, I'll just do it." This is back when I wasn't a streamer and I didn't really take the game as seriously, but learning that definitely was like a very valuable lesson to me. Like the feeling I felt of getting my account banned and knowing there's nothing I can do was like horrible.
Awful.
Now I will say, just to touch on the TOA incident, that whole thing just felt off to have permanently banned some people for it. Now I know I made a ramble on it just because it's easy clicks basically to talk about the drama that's going on. But it's like, dude, we've had so many incidences in this game that clearly are bug abuse that we just decide as a community or as the JMod team that, oh, it's not that big of a deal. One, for example, is safe spotting old wilderness bosses. Like,
Yo.
that is clearly bug abuse. Like,
It's inconsistency. Do you remember the Serb
Yeah,
Red X where they banned people for the Serb Red X at the
Fat
start?
Clouds was literally streaming himself being able to AFK Serb. There were
That was a whole different thing.
Oh,
Do you
that was
remember,
another
like,
thing as well. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
There was two different times.
like the very first person to Red X Serb, like they got banned, and like Jagex made like a rule of them, not a rule of them, but a example of them.
Mm-hmm.
And then what you're talking about is that AFK Serb thing where you could block it with an alt and shoot it with a T-bow and never be in combat.
Yep.
It's just an insane level of inconsistency. Like that for me, I had the pet, but I knew about it at the time, and I was like, I am not going anywhere near that because you are just completely bypassing the boss mechanics. And when it comes to stuff like that, like red Xing in general, right from the very start, one of the first examples of red X that we saw was that Serb, and people got banned for it. But now every Iron Man red X is in God Wars dungeon when they go with a Bofa. So I hate the inconsistency behind it, and I want to touch on like what you're gonna start talking about is why some people got perm banned. I don't even know the answer to that. It's not preferential treatment. A lot of people just love to just spam in my face that like, oh, you got preferential treatment by not getting perm banned, even though Seven, who is another content creator, did get perm banned. I still do not know, and I don't think the JMODs are ever going to tell us why they decided to perm some people and not perm other people. I don't know if it's because they had a previous offense on their account, or if it was based on the number of raids that they actually did the dupe invocation on.
Yeah.
That's something that I'll never know. But I don't think that it was just random why 3 people were banned and 97 people were only 2-weeked.
Yep.
What are your thoughts? Do you think it was based on offense history? Or?
Yeah, I think that was it. I think it was also, you could probably see intent. I don't know what Jagex can see on their end. I'm assuming a lot, and maybe even conversations of, DMs in game or whatever that are maybe showing your intent almost of like, hey, we're cheating, let's do this, like let's keep going, let's abuse this as much as possible. Or I don't know what's happening, but I think as long as my memory is straight, I'm pretty sure Seven did have previous offenses on his account. Now I don't know the other 2 people that were banned permanently, but I do remember there was some incidences of Seven having been previously banned just recently, like multiple, I think, like mutes and stuff. And so I think that ended up being part of it. And also on that ramble that I had made, like there has to, now I understand like that maybe was not the incident to have permanently banned people, because I bring it back to any other piece of content in game, the Cerberus bug, just like any sort of weird glitched mechanic, even Sepulcher. I mean, No Monkey was literally streaming himself running through flame walls.
Yep.
So where's the perm ban there? Where's the temp ban? Like where is the, and I'm not trying to single out No Monkey. There's a lot of people that were doing it. And in fact, the Sepulcher high scores have still not been cleared. Not the high scores, but the little board of, I guess, high scores or whatever, like speed runs. That whole board is completely fucked now because of that glitch, and it hasn't been reset yet. Nobody cares enough to have the JMods fix it. But like that was a big impact, and nobody got in trouble for it. Nobody did that I'm aware of. And
it's the same thing with pet rates. Sometimes I swear they just spin a wheel and they just pick whatever outcome shows up, because there is no level of consistency, or if there is consistency in like whatever their determination on bans are, I think it'd be great for like people to know, because it's a scary thing. Obviously we have, like, Jagex has a QA team, but I think it's very obvious that players do a lot of the quality assurance testing themselves. And it's a very fine line you have to balance on with kind of dipping your toes into that type of stuff, because you never know one day if they're going to feel like just doing a 2-day or if they're going to feel like a perm on it. So it's something that I know for a fact I'm never going to attempt again.
Yep, it's just not worth it. But some of the time, it's just really hard to know. Like you said, like you in that moment of TOA, you were not thinking this is a big deal because you see problems all the time. Like bosses come out with a fucked drop rate. That's insane. And you just want to abuse the hell out of it. When new content comes out, the average like player that plays this game a lot wants to abuse just, you know, the advantage of abusing like a broken drop table or a broken mechanic that's in the game and everyone knows about it. It's almost like, is this secret? You know, as soon as it's public, then it's not a big deal. Nobody will get banned for it. But if it's kind of like only a small group of people know and you're trying to keep it private, that's when like the bans come. It feels like it's weird. That's how the TOA one felt because not many people knew about that.
No.
But if everyone knows about it, then nobody's going to get in trouble.
It sounds stupid for me saying after getting banned, but like I truly didn't think it was like that big of a thing at the time, especially because it was still like scaled at that invocation level. Right? Like I was seshing 400s at the time, but you could double up all the death invocations and you could make it a 450 and it was still fucking hard. Like everything in that raid hit like it was 450. It was just the same invocations that we were running in 400.
See, that was the big problem with the comment section that I saw. Is like people are now making up their own ideas of what this invocation really was. People literally thought you were doing 700 raids at the difficulty of a 0 invocation.
Oh
like,
my God.
That's literally what people were thinking because they're like, wow, you can just set up unlimited invocations. Like, dude, this is still a very tough raid. It still has all the multipliers for all the bosses. Like, this is not that game breaking. Like, yes, it's clearly bug abuse, but like you still have to do the raid.
Yeah.
Like, Jesus. But yeah.
And this was right after purple re-rolling. You remember the whole purple re-rolling thing that was happening? That was something that thankfully I was out of town at the time. But I still, that is something that I know for a fact I would never have touched. Yeah. Because that is like everyone knows that is very clear. You are going to get fucked if you try to take advantage of that. And I still find that weird that they didn't find any people who actually abused that, even though it was made to be such a big deal.
Was there really nobody that got banned for that?
No, they said they couldn't find like explicit proof of anyone abusing it.
Holy shit, that's nuts.
But the weekend that it happened, it was like the only thing that was talked about, and prices were like plummeting because everyone was panic selling, thinking that people were just continuously like duping rerolls, or not duping, rerolling purples.
Wow.
But yeah, no one got banned for that.
That's interesting.
The bans that they put out, I feel like, are so inconsistent. The level of consistency is insane. Like even though I used it for one night, the AHK that I used to clean herbs should have at least been a macro moderate. It should have been a 2-week. Even though I only used it for a couple hours, because that script itself was broken, and I knew it was broken. It was literally cleaning an entire inventory of herbs in 2 ticks.
Yeah.
Like the amount of actions that thing was going through and how quick it was going through was insane.
Yeah. By the way, I do have to say there are points of this game that we need to relook. Like we need to revisit certain aspects of this game. It's the same thing as like shift drop. You remember too, back in the day where like it was literally people were screaming that like the HLC was screaming that there was going to be a chance that we could shift drop things. Like it was too easy scape. Like ideas like that. It's like, no, this is good for the game. Cleaning herbs is like one of the stupidest activities in this game. It's so pointless. Like it's just a nuisance to do. And we've all ingrained this idea of that, no, like you're evil for making it easier on yourself. Like, dude, there will literally come a time where you just instantly clean your herbs, you get full XP for it, and you just like in a click, and nobody will think about it again, and they'll just think it was really stupid that anybody ever got banned for it.
Have you ever thought it was funny that 6 months after I got banned for cleaning herbs, that degrime spell came in the game? Dude, they made a auto herb cleaning spell 6 months after I got banned for it.
This is a problem. Degrime is, I don't know who the hell's making up these spells. I don't know who they're trying to please with it. Why don't you just make it full XP? Why don't you just give full XP? Why don't you also get rid of the stupid delay so people can just actually clean their herbs quickly if they want to and do it in one spell cast? Like, is that actually that game breaking? It's the same thing with like the automated enchant jewelry. Really, you're gonna make it like 9 fucking ticks just to wait like to enchant the next thing? Like, it's like you're trying to teach us that, like the JMods are trying to teach us that no, you need to like treat this game as a chore or else everything's going to be really inefficient. Yep. It's just weird. Like the way I know I'm not wording this correctly, but the way I've seen certain updates go where it's like, oh, you want the easy way? Okay, we're going to make it just fucking horrible basically for you. I don't know. The degrime spell just annoys the hell out of me because you could have just literally made it full XP, no delay, and made it a really good spell. Why don't they?
Make you use some runes for it. You have to be on the spell book, right? Yeah. Make it like rune cost, but just let it. No one actually wants to sit there doing that. So
no, it's so backwards, and nobody can talk about it like until all of a sudden it gets changed, and then everyone's like, "Oh yeah, that should have been the case all the time." But like
some people are gonna whine. Some people are gonna whine like Easyscape too. But like, let's be honest. Like, is you cleaning your herbs quicker actually gonna make the game easier for an Iron Man? Like. Nah.
Yeah, it's just stupid.
Like, that's not actually going to change the way you play the game.
Exactly. It's silly. There's really silly things in this game that we still need to like work out. But yeah, I remember when I got banned, I just made the decision. I'm like, dude, I can't even touch the line anymore because it's just you don't have control over when you're banned or not. Like you don't own your account, you know what I mean? And losing it, there's nothing you can do at that point. So you might as well just like never even come close to breaking the rules. What are your thoughts on services, especially when it's not explicitly said that this is against the rules? Now, I know they've said that services is against the rules if somebody else logging into your account and doing stuff, but it's such a goddamn gray line because people log into people's accounts all the time and do stuff.
Yeah, I don't even know how to like combat it. It's something that's always going to be an issue. The market's always going to be there. I honestly just don't think they're ever going to have enough time to like fully have control over it. I think they're going to do wipes every now and then. They'll do checks and ban people, but I don't think it's something that they're going to be monitoring forever just because that's like a lot of time to be looking into stuff like that. And the anti-cheat team, I feel like is only like 3 people. What are my thoughts on it though? I wish it wasn't in the game. Obviously, who would wish that type of stuff is in the game? But services, like it's gotten to the point now that login services are banned, but there's services for just about everything else that are not login, but you still don't do anything. And now with a 25-minute timer, you can literally just, on most of these, just AFK and go do something else and just make sure you're logged in your own account while a team does it for you.
Yep.
I don't know. It's weird. I wish it wasn't in the game, but I feel like there's never going to be a period where they're actually able to combat it. Like with clients specifically as well. Like supposedly clients are back in the game now. I'm hearing a lot of whispers, a lot of people talking about how clients are back and they are grosser than ever. I mean, there's a Twitch stream that was botting their viewership, showcasing all the plugins that were on a client that you could buy. Would I ever I would never suggest anyone to buy these clients, by the way. The likelihood that you get scammed or that your details get sent somewhere is insanely high. Yeah. But it's just the fact that like even clients, they found a way to combat it, and within months, people have found a way around it. Mm-hmm. It's a hard thing. Like parsec capes, dude. I remember when capes used to be such like everyone was, you better not buy your cape. Don't you dare do it. Like you got to deserve your own cape. And now I feel like the amount of people who have bought an Inferno capes is at such a high number, and that most people just don't care anymore. Like one of my good friends, I mean, I'm obviously not going to say his name, but like he makes a full-time living selling capes, and he supports himself fully, and he's going back to school, and he funds everything by selling fucking Inferno capes on Parsec. Which is just like insane to me. It's insane to me that there's that many people that still buy it.
Yep.
But I don't know. I don't even know who they are. They're probably people who like work full-time jobs, have like a bit of spare cash, and just don't want to invest the time into learning, and they would rather just like have the item.
Oh, 100%. Like you got to just remember how many little Timmies are playing this game. And little Timmies, I mean, just like people that don't take the game terribly seriously and really just want to flex. Like RuneScape is such a game about flexing and just having cool items. And I think we forget how many people just don't have time to. They probably do have time to get better at the game, but they just don't want to invest it. And they actually have like very busy lives, maybe.
I'm not one of those people that like care about that either.
Yeah.
Like there are genuinely like I call them RuneScape janitors. Like there are RuneScape janitors in the game who, if they find out you'll buy a cape, they'll like shun you forever. And if they ever see you in public, they'll like flame you. Like I just like play this game. Everyone's playing this game to enjoy themselves and the way they want to enjoy it. And how I see it, if someone buys a cape, first of all, they're insanely expensive. I don't know. I could never justify spending $200 on a +2 strength bonus, but that's neither here nor there.
+4.
Is it +4 over fire cape?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, okay.
It's pretty. That's a fucking massive increase when you think about it.
Yeah, that's half a B ring, but yeah. It doesn't. I'm not gonna think twice if I know that a person spent money to buy an Inferno cape. Like if it doesn't affect me, I don't give a fuck how you play the game.
Yep.
So that's kind of my take on like, I don't know, parsing capes and services. I wish services would go sooner. Yeah. Services it's also just such a big like money feed. Like the people who work in services they make so much GP that it is an insane that people still like give into that. Well, but then again, I feel like you can blame Jagex. The 8-man TOA time is probably Service's most like successfully sold item, because the average person is not going to be able to find 7 people to gear up and actually want to do this with them.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, full disclosure, I'm probably gonna hire a 7-man team to come carry me with the 8-man top. I still haven't done it yet. There's no fucking way I'm just gonna find 7 random people that are good enough to do it in one, because I don't want to spend all day practicing and getting off. Like I just want to get it done, you know. So now I don't consider that services exactly, because nobody's logging into my account. I still I find that like the most respectable form of service, where it's like, okay, people are wanting to make GP. Let's form a good 7-man team where we can help people with this CA task. I don't see that as bad at all. I still see it kind of being devalued. Like, obviously, it's like a free task at that point, because I can just go with a team that knows what they're doing. And it was the same thing with my CMs. I just went with a Lucid Dreams team. Yep. I'm just like, I'm sorry. I'm not going to spend a week on this trying to find a good team to be consistently running this and eventually get it, maybe. Yeah. It's just not worth my time or energy, and I don't consider that fun. And nobody's logging into my account to do it. I still have to do it, but...
Yeah, no, login services are definitely way more sketch. I'm glad those are considered bannable offense now. I don't know how often they're monitored, but I'm definitely happier that is like really not allowed now.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing, is like people logging into people. Account sharing, I've had very strong opinions on this at one point. I think just because just time passes and you just stop giving a fuck. Like I just don't have enough brain capacity to care about certain things anymore. But I used to really care about people cheating. And one of the things that kind of irked me as well was this idea of, what was it? It was something along the lines of clue scroll competition. Now, like, imagine somebody started like competing for all pets. I'm just going to bring up an example of you. Like, if somebody started competing for all pets, and now they're doing like some crazy service or something for it, and it's not bannable, but they're just getting a huge advantage over you. Even though, this is what I wanted to bring up. I know I'm going all over the place right now, but it's the similar idea to Alfie when he was trying to compete for the world's first max cape on a group Ironman. Mm-hmm. And then he has a dude that's competing with him who he's not cheating, but the members of his team are cheating to benefit him. Yeah. And then he ended up getting the max cape before Alfie. But you know what? Nobody gave a fuck, because Group Ironman wasn't that big of a deal, you know? So now you have Alfie and a few select others that actually really, really care about the integrity of this mode. And now you've just completely fucked it over because you're not going to ban a guy that was having his team cheat. Now, I don't know the full situation, and I don't have any hatred toward anybody that's cheating in it's fucking RuneScape at the end of the day. But it still is really sad that Alfie kind of got scammed out of that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, he definitely did.
And it's the same way I look at clue scrolls. Nobody cares about clue scroll ranks. I'm going to tell you that right now. I do. I care about them, but and I understand nobody else gives a fuck. So if somebody started just randomly account sharing, this is back when people were talking about account sharing not being a big deal. Like, why do you care if somebody account shares? Like, because the competition? I don't know. That's probably a big reason. It's like if somebody started account sharing on an Iron Man and killing jellies 24/7 logged in, where they're account sharing. But, because the Jagex's gray rule is, well, if you're not competing, it's okay to account share. You can do whatever you want. But it's competing in my eyes. You're competing for clue scrolls now. If you just had a new Iron Man just shoot up to 20,000 hard clues overnight and they don't get banned, I'm going to be fucking pissed. I am going to be pissed. Nobody else is. Nobody gives a fuck. But that is where account sharing just gets really scary. It's just like, you need to take action. Like, you need to ban this person if they're competing in any form. That's why I just think account sharing in general should just not be allowed. And it isn't allowed technically in their game rules, but they just are so lenient on it because I bet it's just such a goddamn hassle to keep track of.
Well, if it was bannable, every PKer would be fucking banned by now. But yeah. I'm really worried, and you being way more of a skiller than I am, like who do you think is gonna be the first person to turn them all? Because I'll tell you right now, it's going to be someone who's account sharing using Parsec. They're going to be on the same IP, so they can't get banned, and you can never prove Parsec. I guarantee you, without a doubt, first person to get 200 mil all is going to be an account share.
Let me actually take a step back on that. Is there no way to find out? Because I feel like when you're competing for rank 1s on a new skill, first of all, I think Jagex is going to be heavily monitoring it. Now they're not going to be monitoring the people that are like rank 200 getting it. They don't give, if they were account sharing, who cares? But the people that are going to get the top 10, they're going to be monitoring. And I think even if Parsec appears as though you're on the same computer, don't they have some sort of software that can just detect clicks and detect how you move your mouse and detect like, okay, this is clearly a different goddamn person on the computer.
I'd hope so. I have no idea. I'd hope so though.
Like there has to be a way to do that because
the thing is, okay, are they going to put that much effort into it?
I think for top page they will.
I hope they do.
They'll wait until they get 200 mil all, and then they'll review it and then they'll ban people that they see a suspect. That's what I imagine.
Grind for months on end and probably lose a shit ton of sleep and then be like, yeah, you were definitely cheating, bud.
Who do you think will actually get it though? Okay, let's just imagine cheating's out of the question. So who do you think has the biggest potential to hit rank 1? I'm thinking maybe Vior.
Vior or Bailey, but Bailey works full time.
He'll quit his job for the time being.
Dude, I would love to see a brawl between Bailey and Vior. Those two skillers are fucking nuts.
They are. They really are.
I mean, I feel like there's a lot of good skillers up there now.
Where do you think Jace is going to be placed?
Jace says that he's not going to go hard, but
you have to go hard. I understand. I understand. They're like, hey, Jace is more of a long term. He's in it for the long game. Yep.
He's very consistent. I think he's going to be higher than 5, but less than 10, just because of consistency.
Yep.
He's not like, he definitely, and he'll even says he's not like a sweaty skiller by any means. Like Vior and Bailey are like the epitome of like fucking sweaty skillers. But he's just so fucking damn consistent. And it's nice that this is his job now, so he can do it. If a new skill comes out, I don't see Jace putting any less than like 12 hours a day, like consistently until he gets it to finish it.
Yep.
I think higher than 5, less than 10. But the people who are saying he's gonna be the first, you're capping.
Now, do you think Link's Titan's going to come back?
No, I want him to, though.
Me too. I don't think he will either.
I would love it so much. Just be like, surprise, motherfucker. It's like Link's Titan is logged back in, baby. But no, I think he's toasted. Yeah. I don't think he's ever coming back.
I agree with that. I don't think so either. I'm very excited, though. I think you know what? Also, they said they don't want it to be a buyable skill. I'm secretly really rooting for Iron Higer to get some top place.
Yeah. Even
We'll
on
see.
non-viables though, alts play a role. You know that.
Yeah. He's
So,
going to be at a severe disadvantage.
yep.
But
Even if it's
he
not a
can
viable, alts
fucking
and main accounts
grind.
he can.
He can sweat his ass off for. I mean, he got that 50 mil agility month. Like, what the fuck, dude? You know,
Yeah.
like he can go fucking hard for a month easily too. He makes it seem like a breeze.
Every leagues that he touches as well. He's like still skilling on his main the whole time, and he's just like always just dominating in leagues.
And
Not
let
only
me
can he grind, but the game knowledge is so good.
that is the biggest key factor is he comes up with methods. And even though he's an Iron Man and his methods will be different than mains, he is such a fucking genius. Like he'll come out with brand new methods all the time, even at competing. I mean, he was the first Iron Man, only Iron Man right now to have 200 mil all, and he was inventing methods and posting videos on it. Like he's not just a follower. He invents the meta and then does it. So who knows with the new skill, if they become very secretive of how to train the skill, which I doubt they will, but if they do and there's some secret methods, like Iron Higer will be the first to find it. He'll keep it secret and he'll sweat his he'll put his blood, sweat, and tears into it, and he'll do it.
I bet you there's going to be a lot of like skilling secret stuff kept in regards to that. You know how the HLC is. Dude, supposedly, they wouldn't like me talking about this, but supposedly there's new tech for 1.5 tick teaks that's like only a couple months old.
Really? Like nothing serious, right?
Nothing insane, but like average like 10K like woodcutting XP more per hour on average. And it is like kept on super like wraps right now. I don't know the only thing I do know about it is, well, I was kind of explain how it works, but I'm not a skiller and it's also not my place to talk about it. But the person who just took the 6 hour enjoys, he was one of the people who was in the lab like really cranking out the new method, and he just took the 6 hour. So I know for a fact he knows it. I think he was either the person who invented it or the person who helped invent it. But it's like a micro adjustment to 1.5 tick teaks.
Yep.
That will get you like 10K XP more per hour. And I hope I'm accurate on that.
No, you're probably right, because it always seemed like 1.5 tick teaks, for those that are listening that maybe don't know about the method, it is very advanced, as in you have to plan out where the trees are going to respawn. And I believe what I'm imagining right now, if there is a micro thing that can help speed up rates slightly, it must be sort of counting how many logs you get from a tree. I have no fucking idea. It must be something like, okay, I've chopped this many so far. The odds of it despawning at this point are like higher than, I don't know. I feel like there almost has to be like a number displayed on the screen that's going to help you with that, instead of you manually keeping track of it in your mind. But that has to be the only thing that can speed it up, is just almost leaving a tree alone just in case. I don't know.
It deals with the respawn tick of a tree, and the respawn tick of a tree is not the same every time. And I won't say anything after that.
Okay, interesting.
It is not my place at all. But it's like very micro. But it adjusts your pathing between trees, and it actually has like a decent long-term effect.
Interesting.
Which a new 6 hour was spawned because of it.
Yeah,
so shouldn't be surprising.
Yeah. That's cool. I love hearing about like new stuff that's coming out in the current year. Like, what the hell? It just seems like we've discovered everything. You know what I mean? The
skillers are nerds, but this all dawned from the fact of like methods kept secret. Like that is something that they're absolutely not trying to make it public right now. Mm-hmm. I think what I leaked is definitely not enough for people to like really crack it out and figure it. But methods will absolutely be kept secret on release for the new skill, specifically given that it's going to be like a 200 mil race.
Yeah, dude, that's going to be just hella exciting to watch. There's going to be a lot of skilling streams. And that
you're excited for that.
I am excited about it. Deep down, even though I'm just getting out of a burnout over like the past few months, where I just stopped, I don't know, caring as much about certain things in RuneScape. Now I'm starting to get that motivation back and stuff, so it's all kind of coming back. But oh yeah, there was times I was, even though I wasn't a very competitive skiller myself, watching it, like knowing, even though a lot of the people I think of when I think of competitive skilling are just like the biggest weirdos on earth. Like I still respect, ironically, the grind that they do, because I know it is just like a mental battle a lot of the time of going for like insane skilling goals. And I think just watching that unfold, like watching somebody dedicate their lives to a video game and going hard on it, it's just really fascinating to watch, and it's really fun, especially when they're good at it.
Yeah, no, I
Yeah,
agree with that.
I
It's
enjoy
cool
it.
to see like that level of passion, even if it's something that
Yeah.
you're not passionate about. It's really interesting to look at someone else's passion and see how dedicated they are. It is cool, just like you said.
I gotta also compliment you, because I actually see that in a healthier way with what you do. Like you truly love the game, and you make it very known, like you're passionate about it. Whenever I pop into your stream, it's like there's some sort of game talk that's being talked about, where that's, believe it or not, that's becoming more rare on Twitch.
Hmm.
A lot of streamers, I've had this conversation with a few people. Like, Twitch used to be truly a gaming platform. It was gaming, not just like, oh, hey, this is a new way I can make money and I can just talk to people and just have fun. Even though that's still cool, it's all fun and games, but I don't know. It used to be a lot more of a gamer platform, and I love when people still kind of treat it like that, where it's like, this is like, I'm playing a game and I'm gonna take it seriously, and I'm gonna,
Yeah.
game theory talk and stuff. It's just fun. I like that. Imagine if sports, you start watching sports and then everyone's kind of stops treating sports as like,
Talking
oh, it's
about
just a
sports.
goddamn game. Nobody cares. Like, no, you want
Yeah.
people to be passionate about it and care about it and to just be obsessed with it. That's what makes
Oh
it fun.
yeah. I get
So
shit on sometimes for my opinions, but I'm very opinionated. I love to talk about the game and talk about my thoughts about the game.
I love
And
that.
I'm glad you see that it comes down from passion, because it does.
Yeah.
But a lot of people give me shit they say I'm always complaining, but I'm usually just like always giving my feedback and my opinion and where I want to see the game. And I still think that all comes down from the fact that we all get a vote, right? Now that we all like, ever since we all realized we get a vote in the game on what updates come in, I feel like everyone has been more opinionated. And I am definitely one of those people. I will talk about what I like, what I don't like. Very straightforward.
I love it. And you're also pretty open-minded. Like, you're not completely set in your ways. You're willing to open your mind about certain things. So
Yeah.
all right. The Cranky Squid asks, what are your thoughts on the recent direction Jagex has gone to reward transmogs for pets as a reward for achievement versus looting hard modes? Also, what are your thoughts on the variance in variety plus quality for recolors / transmogs for skilling pets? Yeah,
All right,
I
let's
guess.
start. Yeah,
Yeah.
let's do the first one. So, I'm gonna repeat it. Let me know if I missed anything. So he's asking, what are my thoughts on having to do like specific stuff and getting a guaranteed transmog instead of being like CMs where a metamorphic dust is insanely rare? Is that?
Exactly. It's like the Fang kit where it's a guaranteed versus RNG.
I'm actually not really that into transmogs. Personally, I'm okay with having transmogs for like raids level stuff, because raids usually have high skill gaps. So having transmogs for the upper skill gap of that content, I'm okay with. But I don't know. I've never really been the biggest fan of let's add a different colors for every single pet in the game, and let's add a new piece of content that gives a transmog. Like with forestry, we're supposed to be getting a beaver transmog. That just doesn't really mean anything to me. I don't know. I'm not like, I would literally probably vote no for that if it was on a poll, just because I just don't care. I'm not gonna. I'll get the transmog because I have all transmogs on my main account, but it's not something that I really care about or get excited for.
Yeah.
But for transmogs specifically, I'm it makes sense for me to have raids transmogs. Everything else, not really. And in the sense of would I want it to be guaranteed drop rate? It works for TOA because there's invocations, but I don't know how that would work for hard mode Tob or Cox.
Yeah.
So I don't really think I have an answer for that. TOA it works because they can just be like, okay, add every single hard invocation here. But what would it be? Just complete one CM and you get metamorphic dust? Like that
Yeah, that'd be
doesn't.
weird.
That'd be really weird.
So what about transmogs where it comes to like skilling pets? Like I know Rocky, it's a literally just feed him a berry, and with
Yeah,
the dark squirrel, you have to do multiple hours of I don't know how many hours, a lot of hours of sepulcher to get that acorn.
I think it's like 20, if
Yeah,
I'm
something like that.
right, something like that. But I don't know. I'll
Is that
do them.
fine for them to just kind of do whatever they want, or do you wish there was more of a system in place for that?
I wish there wasn't any transmogs in the skilling pets. I'm an old motherfucker. I voted no. I remember the skilling pet. I remember the skilling pet poll. I voted no on the skilling pet poll because I didn't
Wow.
want to see skilling pets in the game at the time. This was probably back in 2017, maybe even earlier. I can't remember, but I vividly remember the skilling pet poll, and I voted no for it. So I'm not anti skilling pets, but I liked the era of RuneScape when it was only boss pets and BA pet, which BA pet, in my opinion, is a lenience. I'll push that one to the side because BA, whether people want to admit it or not, is the most complex minigame we will ever get. It has the most depth out of any minigame we'll ever get, and it is better than most PVM updates. BA is fantastic. The only reason why people don't like it is because they've never tried it. And they've never tried to actually learn the metas. Even though BA is currently broken and Jagex refuses to fix it, even though it's been 6 months. BA community is insane. Shout out CBA. Shout out also the Leech clans. There's a lot of really cool people in there, a lot of really nice people in there who will help teach you like how to proper do BA. But BA is a fantastic minigame, and I would have rather seen pet hunting go down the route of only boss pets, with the exception of BA. So
Hmm.
I'm just kind of anti skilling pets in general. But when it comes to transmogs and skilling pets, I don't know. I'd rather just not see them. And if I would see them, I'd rather be something simple like more like beaver than Rocky, or sorry, more like beaver than squirrel. If
Rocky than
anything,
squirrel, like the berries, like where you
oh
feed the
yeah,
berries.
sorry,
Yeah,
more like Rocky than squirrel. With
yeah.
squirrel, it's like 20 hours, and then with Guardians of the Rift, I don't know how long that one is, but that one's also pretty
Ooh,
long.
yeah. That one is brutal.
I don't know. It all goes down to inconsistency, doesn't it?
Yep.
With bans, with every update they gave, I feel like there is not really much consistency when it comes to this stuff.
Yeah. I wonder what they can do about it because, like, at this point, it's just already too late. So it just feels like a big ass. I don't know. Just
Yeah.
you just kind of do whatever you want. Every update's just completely different.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's funny you say that. So one thing that will always stick with me from Fat Clouds, I love the guy by the way, will always stick with me is I was having a conversation with Fat Clouds right when he was hitting his burnout phase,
Yeah.
and I was complaining. He asked me what I thought about an update, and I was kind of like complaining about it, saying, I don't really like it too much. And he's like, you know what? The biggest thing I realized is that we can be opinionated, we can say how much we want, but at the end of the day, the majority is going to vote. The majority is going to vote what comes in the game, and there's not much we can do about it. So we just ride the waves, play the game how we enjoy, and try not to think about like the small, weird, annoying things
Yep.
like the inconsistency and transmogs. Like that's something that I'm never going to have an actual impact on. So I try not to think about it too much.
That's wisdom right there. Fat Clouds, had some wisdom in him,
He
and
did.
yeah, that's definitely one of the things that you have to if you're gonna take this game seriously in any way, you have to understand that you have to ride the wave.
Yep.
Um, yeah, and it's, yeah, or else you're just gonna start hating your life and being super just angry at
Miserable.
everything. Yeah, miserable. Interesting. Um, what was the other thing? He asked about. Oh yeah, that was pretty much it. So okay. I had something else to add on that, but I think I've lost it. It might come back to me in a second. But okay. So let's see. I'm trying to find a topic here. Okay. This guy, Sam's got quite a few topics, but I'm reading one in particular. It is, what is your favorite part of streaming as a job?
Um, my favorite part of streaming as a job, ooh, there's a lot. and I feel like you'd relate to this. So, or every streamer should relate to it at some point, but streaming has been like a comfort way for me to kind of get away from like my real life, escape my responsibilities, and really just like talk to a chat, talk to a lot of different people, play video games, not have to think about what's stressing me out. My community specifically has been through a lot with me regarding, some bans and my time before bandana, my time after bandana, my time playing Malfoy, my time, dude, there was, oh my gosh, when I moved from playing Malfoy, a main account, my community at the time was like very anti Iron Man. They like fucking hated Iron Man. And sometimes, people say fuck Iron Man as a joke. I do say it as a joke because I actually like Iron Man. But there was like, dude, there were a lot of really active community members who stopped watching my stream when I went from a main account to an Iron Man account. So that like that alone, where was I going with this? I'm rambling
It was
so
about
hard.
your favorite part of streaming as a job, so I don't know how it's going to tie in. I'm waiting for the punchline.
I'm not sure either because now I'm kind of like shit talking my community, saying that there were definitely people who left during me playing Iron. But I think it was more so the thing that like my community has been through it all with me. The people who've like stuck around have seen a lot of different phases in my life. I've now been streaming for 5 years, so they saw me when I was 21 and streaming, and now I'm 26. And there's a pretty big age gap, a lot of maturity throughout those days.
Wow, that is nuts.
I would,
Wait,
I
you
would
were,
literally
wait, sorry, you said you were 21 when you
21 when
started?
I started. Yeah,
Wow, and
I
that's
was
26.
finishing up. Actually, no, I was probably 20
No
because
way.
yeah, because I wasn't done with my senior year yet. Or no, I started my junior year summer before senior year, and when was when I turned I turned 21 in the middle of my senior year, I think, right? I can't remember.
Mm,
Anyways, they saw me from when I was like 20 to now, or
that's
21 to
nuts.
now. So they've seen me through a lot. I would probably say my favorite part of streaming is my community, and I fall back on them a lot for a lot of different things. They really have been there through like thick and thin, and them providing that place for me. I feel like this is something that's not talked about a lot. Is streamers like thank us for having a community for them to be distracted and for them to get away. But what they don't realize is that us streaming is just as equal as a distraction. Like we also have stuff going on in the background
Yeah.
and in our personal lives that we want to escape from. And like having a community, having a group of people, and having a stream to use that as an escape is something that I will forever be grateful for. So that's my favorite part of streaming.
That's a great answer. Yeah, no, truly, especially when you just actually take a step back and realize how long you've been doing it and just like how long a lot of those guys have been there since the beginning, and
Yeah.
they're still there. That's pretty nuts. Okay. This is sort of an interesting question, kind of going back to the bandana, but I don't think this specifically was really asked. How has your content and approach to streaming changed over the years? In other words, what made you stop wearing the bandana? So I'm not that second part of the question is kind of the irrelevant part, but I want to ask, was there something also that taking off the bandana meant like you wanted to kind of change how you approach streaming and how you want to appear?
Yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely. I was 100% a kid when I first started streaming. And I feel like now at this age, I definitely want to like make it seem, I'm not saying it's a lot more mature in my chat room right now. My chat sometimes goes down these wormholes of talking about the most outrageous shit, but I want it to, look more professional. And that was one of the big reasons why I wanted to take the bandana off. And I changed my background from space tapestries to, I mean, now it just looks like a normal fucking bedroom. And that was kind of my reasoning on doing that, because I wanted to make it seem a bit more professional, and I wanted to like just upgrade it a little bit, level it up.
Yeah. I was gonna add, this is back when I had mentioned mushrooms, but I was very curious because I felt like a change that drastic. Now I don't know what was going through your head during all that time of like wearing a bandana. It sounded like you had kind of always been looking for an opportunity to take it off. It was just like hard to find that, because that would definitely be something that would happen to me on like a trip, just like some crazy trip that just tells me like, hey, you got to like change things up. Because that's sort of how my whole like honestly, like one of the trips told me to move. Like I needed to get out of like where I was currently, and I felt like in the environment switch and everything was what I really needed, and that gave me like focus on it. I'm like, okay, I need to change my
It wasn't a
environment.
trip that told me that, but it was COVID that told me that. I moved across the country right at the end of COVID, and COVID made me realize that I wanted to get the hell out of where I grew up.
Yep. That's so interesting. It's cool though, getting a new like fresh environment, and
Yeah.
I don't know. Okay.
I think I'm going to be moving again in 4 months, and I don't even know where I'm moving, and I'm excited for it.
Really? Like, so you've already set your mind that you're moving, but you don't know where?
No, I have no idea, but I'm moving in 4 months.
Holy
shit. It could be anywhere.
Dude,
I have no idea.
You should come to Oregon.
I'll go wherever it takes me.
That's cool. That's exciting.
Oregon is an interesting state. I've definitely thought about Oregon before.
Dude, Oregon's fucking beautiful. I miss it here. So like I grew up in Oregon, so I completely was taking it for granted for forever.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, coming back, I'm like, dude, I fucking miss this place. It's just yeah, it's gorgeous. Pacific Northwest is just beautiful.
It really is.
Okay, so Local Joint asks, what are you doing outside of streaming to stay healthy, both mentally and physically? Are there any activities that you've gotten into since moving out west?
I actually, just in the last month, I finally returned to the gym. I've been wanting to do that forever. Last time I've actually been inside of a gym was high school. I've always been a runner, and that's always been like my way of exercising outside of the house, is just running outside. I ran a lot in high school and college, but I finally am getting back into the gym and weightlifting, and that has helped my mental so much. Here in Salt Lake City, hiking is insane as well. We live like 15 minutes away from the Wasatch Mountains, which has hundreds of trails all over it. So that has also been kind of like a hobby of mine. And other than that, I guess I can say like a hobby would be the YouTube side now, since that's been doing a lot of that off stream. But I've always been like into reading, and I don't really know what I like when I decide to read. Like so when the first Dune movie came out, which was I think 2 years ago now, I was obsessed with the movie and I had a lot of questions about it. So I bought the first book, and I spoiled everything that's going to happen in the second movie for me. But I'm happy about it. Like I kind of just like reading is definitely a hobby of mine, but it's always on a whim. And I just did the same thing with House of the Dragons. Did you watch House of the Dragons?
I haven't. I think I just got so pissed off at Game of Thrones
that's understandable.
It's hard for me to just accept, okay, I'm going into this again. God damn it.
Yeah.
I've heard really great things on it, though. My brother watches it.
Yeah, I watched House of Dragons. Loved it. But I had a lot of fucking questions. I was like, do I want to wait 2 years for the next season? Hell no. So I bought Fire and Blood, and I'm only like 50 pages. I'm like at least three-fourths of the way through Fire and Blood right now. I know a lot of what's going to happen in the future seasons, but I'm like happier about it because one, I don't think that a TV show or a movie is ever going to capture everything in the books, just because books are so dense. There's always so much more detail in them. So I am very happy to like spoil a movie series for myself by like reading the book. So that's kind of like another one of my off-stream hobbies that I've enjoyed. Fire and Blood was a fantastic book. I want to go back and read. There's 6 Dune books in the author's series, and I've only read the first one, which the first one's just going to be the first movie and the second movie. I want to go back and read the 5 other books that I've not.
Holy shit.
That's kind of what is on my agenda whenever I get around to it.
Yeah, I'm definitely I enjoy reading. I definitely enjoy audiobooks a lot more now because I can just do other things and listen. But I've definitely been more nonfiction. I feel like I can't invest myself too much into fiction because I don't know. I just feel like I'm not getting as much out of it. I think part of it is also I don't know, just this idea that I want to keep learning things that are like real, like nonfiction. But yeah. I'm too lazy to like currently return to school. I've actually been kind of thinking of returning to school just for my own sake, not necessarily because I want to stop streaming. That has nothing to do with it, about like me wanting to. It's just about like learning a new skill, like learning stuff. And I think when I went to school initially and dropped out, I did not take it seriously at all. I didn't even really want to be there. It just wasn't the time, but I felt obligated to. So returning when I'm just a little bit more mature and realize I want to be there, I think I'll enjoy school a lot more. But that's something for the future that in the next couple of years I've been thinking of, just returning and learning stuff.
I absolutely wish I had your mindset, because I really only read fiction. Fiction is just so easy to like get wrapped up in it.
That's so crazy, because I can't get myself. I used to be able to as a kid. I used to love reading fiction, and then I don't know what happened. I just can't do it anymore. I think I've lost my imagination or something like that.
Don't force yourself the other way, because I think what you're saying, reading nonfiction, I mean, you're actually learning stuff. Like, you're getting benefit, especially if you're reading stuff that's like teaching you things. Yeah. So I definitely think you're on the better path. I hope to get there someday.
Yeah. Probably no matter what you read, though, it's still like reading comprehension. You're still getting better. And yeah, you don't need to look at it that way. I look at it that way personally, but like just reading for entertainment is fine. Totally awesome. By the way, speaking of like gym and like running and stuff, I've been trying to get into running myself a lot more. I actually was running pretty consistently for like the past few months. I've kind of gotten out of it, mainly because the weather here has just been like super fucking rain. Even though I love Oregon to death, like the winter, it just rains a lot. It's coming spring now, but like I want to get into running, and I've been getting into calisthenics. So I want to hear like your I don't know, have you been enjoying weightlifting? Is weightlifting something like you were just putting off, or is it just something that's kind of like you just
I would say
kind of trying to get into?
I'd say putting off, absolutely. I mean, I even remember in college, I was like, I really want to start getting into it. I want to like tone my body up a little bit and not just be a stick. Because I mean, like I said, all I've done is running. So I've always been lean, but I've never like actually had like muscle on me, I guess.
No, that's like me too.
I would say putting it off more than anything. And I'm starting like really slow right now. I'm really only doing three days a week of weights, and I'm doing it really simple, like just one day of like push exercise, one day of pull exercise, and one leg day. And it's very easy to do. I'm not feeling overwhelmed. Yeah. Like a lot of like when people get into working out is they like try to be like, I'm gonna work out 7 days a week, 1.5 hours a day. And it like just burns them out. So taking it slow, nice and easy. I'm doing cardio on my days that I'm not doing weights, which cardio, I like doing cardio. It helps me clear my head. And not think about stuff that I don't want to think about. So I'm really enjoying it so far. Progress has been good. I'm happy. Mental health is good with it. And I wish I probably would have started earlier, but it's better now than never.
Yeah, I fucking love to hear that, because that's what I've been getting into, like my little health phase over the past year and a half or so, because I was like, holy shit, I need to like start moving again. I was getting chubby when I was streaming, just putting all my eggs into one basket, just streaming, like stream, sleep, order food, stream, sleep, order food. Like, what the fuck is wrong with me?
I feel like we all go through this mindset, because streaming is such a thing that like we're conditioned to be told that the more hours you stream, the more successful you're going to be, the better your channel is going to do, the more you're going to grow. So I feel like every streamer goes to this mindset of like, I need to make sure I'm streaming at all like times of the day. I'm going to try to stream for like 60 hours a week average, which it's not good health, like on your health. And also I genuinely feel like it kind of has like negative impacts on your channel. Like people just know you're live all the time instead of like actually looking forward to your streams. So I feel like for me specifically, I don't know your case, but like setting like a schedule and like going live roughly the same time every day, it's helped me out. And then like leaving afternoons to myself for actually like taking care of my body and eating well and getting IRL shit done. It's definitely helped me out with that.
Now, one thing I'm definitely just like I'm envious of how dedicated you've been to your stream over just like 5 years. I mean, it's been what, like over 5 years now?
Yeah.
Just when I think of your streams, it's like you have you have taken this very seriously, way more seriously than I have. I think my whole burnout, because I used to stream pretty consistently. I never really was. I never got to a point where I had a very consistent schedule, which I'm still working on. I'm still like, okay, I know this is good for me. This is good if I get a schedule down. It's just been so difficult for a bunch of reasons I'm not going to get into. But yeah, it's cool to see what can happen when you're very consistent. Curtis, when I think of Curtis, he's like the absolute most just consistent when it comes to streaming. But that really is what it takes. It's consistency, a set schedule, and don't overdo it. Like there's no need to stream 60 hours a week.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, there's so many other way more beneficial things you could do for your stream that doesn't involve streaming. As long as you're streaming a good, healthy amount of hours and being consistent.
Don't overdo it. Like make sure you're having energy. Like when you're like, if you're fucking deadbeat tired and you've already streamed for 8 hours, like don't feel the need to like stream again at night. Like come in with energy, like be happy, like be excited to stream. And I feel like it usually just shows. I feel like the community can see it a lot better.
Yep. Okay. Bending Time doesn't have any topics. He just says, no questions because I've known the guy for years, but I just wanted to say that I'm very proud of Malfoy or Coxie for finally letting yourself get interviewed on a Sae Bae cast.
I am, regarding that, I know it wasn't a question, but outside of streaming, and this is another, I keep talking about what people don't realize about streamers, which I hope they realize it now, but not like streamers are not all extroverts. There are 100% extroverts that are streamers, but I am so shy off stream. In real life, I'm insanely shy. I don't know what it is. I wish I was more extroverted because I feel like it would make life so much more simple, but I definitely, I'm definitely timid in real life, and I am not like a big person on like social gatherings or like I don't know. I've never even been to like a TwitchCon or like a Rune Fest because I'm terrified.
Dude, you should come to TwitchCon this year.
I'm terrified. I probably won't.
You should come. This will be my first time too. Trust me, dude. I've had like I have social anxiety. I don't think it's as bad as I honestly make it up in my mind. I think I literally sabotage myself. I start convincing myself I'm more socially anxious than I actually am. I've had plenty of great social interactions like as a kid growing up. It's like as soon as I started streaming, I started going down this mental pathway in my mind that like, oh, I'm very, very, very introverted and I'm very socially anxious, even though like I've lived my whole life up until that point pretty fine when it came to making friends and stuff. It's just, I think naturally I'm very introverted and that's like where my comfort is. And I've decided to stay comfortable for years and years. And it's ended up making me less happy.
I can relate to that a ton. Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so for my own health and happiness, like even if I'm thinking to myself like, if this is going to just be too much of a headache to go spend money, fly out, not really know what I'm doing at a social gathering, not really, I don't know, just be unfamiliar, trying to meet a bunch of new people, just like the whole thing of it is just so overwhelming. But I know it's good for me and like I need to do it for my own like sake. Because going years and years and years without doing that, especially with a community that you know cares about you and people that know exactly what you're going through. Being a streamer is something like universal. It's like meeting up with other streamers that are streaming RuneScape that have been doing it for years is exactly the people you want to kind of meet up with and get to know more. So if you are feeling a little bit anxious about it, like, dude, I am too, but I don't know. It'd be really cool to meet you in person and like to go to one of those things.
It would be. I'll think about it. I'm not going to count it out, but I'm also not going to agree 100%.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah. But I think there's even more advantage to like a TwitchCon and a RuneFest than just making it like a social interaction. Like I don't know, the people that go there, like when they get to meet you, it becomes a new level of like, oh, this is a real person. And I don't know. I think it can be beneficial. I'm not one to talk about it because I haven't done it yet, but this year is going to be the year I start actually doing stuff. And by the way, getting healthier and weightlifting on my own has really helped me to like be more confident in going to these situations. Because oh my god, like 2 years ago, I would have been like, fuck that, I'm not going.
I'm not
debuting myself right now. Anyway.
No. I agree with that 100%. Like doing that type of stuff, like working out, lifting, makes me feel more confident
Yeah,
than I would have before.
100%. Okay, speak of the devil. Scotty asks, what was your dream job when you were growing up?
So when I was a kid, I wasn't like the normal kid. I get shit for this all the time, but I was not a kid that watched Nickelodeon, didn't watch SpongeBob, I didn't watch Disney Channel. I was that goddamn nerd that would watch Animal Planet and Nat Geo all damn day. So my dream job was an astronomer. At first, I thought I wanted to work with animals, but then I quickly said no to that. And probably like all throughout middle and high school, I thought I wanted to like go into astronomy. I didn't realize until college that one, there's not like no market for that. There's no money involved in that. You can't really make a living off that unless you are really, really well in that field. Or unless you become a professor and you do your research and then you teach. But I didn't want to teach. So my dream job was probably just like astronomy. I think space is super fascinating. Space is something that us as humans will never be able to fully understand. And there's just so much unanswered stuff out there. There's so much stuff that we'll never know that interests me. And I wouldn't want to go into it to try to like figure out the stuff that we don't know, more so just to learn more about just learn more about like our solar system, like the planets around us and what could potentially be out there. I think my favorite class that I ever took was I took a bioastronomy class. Was that, what is it called? I can't remember the exact name, but it was literally like about the potential for life in our universe. And that I think was like my favorite class I've ever taken, the most eye-opening. And even though we don't have proof of life in our universe, the class was still like just so full of information and just cool shit out there. So that's definitely what I wanted to do. And I'm still really passionate about space and really interested in it, but we took this route instead.
Yeah, no, I think, but you're still passionate about it, which is like the big thing. So, because like you don't need to dedicate your entire life to it to, kind of keep up and just learn more about it casually. Because I'm totally with you. The space is fucking fascinating. Just life in general, or like the fact that we're living on a ball in the middle of space. Like, what the hell? Like, what is going on?
It's just, space is so big. Like I really, really like getting high and thinking about how big it is. Like, first of all, we don't even know our soul. Like we don't know our solar system. Like we know nothing about our solar system. We barely even know a lot about Earth. Like our oceans are just not, our oceans are mostly undiscovered. So let alone that, but our neighboring planets, we know nothing about. Our star, we know little about. I'm not gonna say we know a lot about our star. We know about our star, and that's just our solar system. And there's just so many out there, so many stars, and just like, dude, the closest galaxy to us is 2.5 million light years away, and we know there's millions of galaxies.
Christ.
Like, space is so big that I could go down a wormhole right now and just talk about how big it is, and I would just have the biggest smile on my face talking about it, because it's just something that is super interesting. We are so meaningless and we're so small in the grand scheme of things. And something about it with my fucked up head makes me like enjoy thinking about how small and minimalistic we are as humans. But that's definitely like always been like my passion, kind of what I thought I was going to do growing up.
Do you ever think about, I'm just curious only because like I feel like we relate in like getting super blasted and thinking about deep shit like that. But do you ever think about like free will and determinism in a way like that? I don't know, mainly because like you grew up Catholic, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
So like I also grew up religious, I grew up Mormon, and I was very much taught like everyone kind of has, it's not like they specifically say this, but it's kind of like everyone has an equal opportunity, almost like kind of like treating everyone as if everyone has the same brain, almost like, yo, you should all know what, like quote unquote sin is and all this stuff. But the more I've gotten older, the more I've done some stuff, I tend to lean on the idea that illusion, or that free will is an illusion, and that like everything is just already kind of been determined from the beginning. Do you have any thoughts on that? Like, or or do you?
Oh gosh,
I don't know.
I have not spent much high time thinking about this.
Oh, I think about this shit all the
Oh
time.
my lord! So
And
are you asking? Do I think free will is an illusion?
yeah,
That like
yeah.
everything is predetermined? Like how we
Not
act is
even
supposed to be
necessarily
predetermined?
predetermined. It all comes down to like the reason I'm doing this podcast right now, for example, just anything I'm doing currently right now is because of a prior thing that had happened. Like the only reason I'm doing this is because I had talked to you about doing the podcast. Why did I ask you to do the podcast? Because of this. Why did I do that? Because of that. Because of that. And it all comes down to like me being born. Like every single thing I've ever done is because of a prior thing that had happened. And so you can trace that back all the way to the origins of life and to the origins of the universe. Like
Oh,
there's a cause and a reaction, you know?
yeah, yeah.
So
Every decision is made off like cause and reaction. So
exactly. Like every single thing is like a physical phenomenon. So it's like you just, and there
uh-huh.
has to be a reaction to it. So I don't know. I think
I'm not a believer of like stuff happens just by like accident, if that's what you're asking.
hmm.
No. I don't think that's the case at all.
And so I
Um,
guess the illusion of free will comes because even though it feels like we're making our own choices, technically like we didn't even decide to be here on earth. It's not like we willed it to be living right now, you know? Like it was out of our control to even be born. It was not
mhm.
our decision to be born. And if you know, somebody's like religious and thinks that like God made us,
No.
we
I don't.
still like even if that was the thought process, we still didn't decide to be born by God. So
Yeah.
where is our free will in that? You know what I mean? Anyway, so it's like this huge thing. I always think about it when I'm high. I'm like, none of this makes any sense. And I also start thinking of like simulation theory a ton,
Uh-huh.
especially when you talk about space, like the sheer just vastness of space, like just impossible to even comprehend.
Yeah.
Like what
No, it absolutely is.
the odds of us living in a simulation like far is just like way more plausible than it would be for an actual universe to be here right now. I
Yeah.
don't know. I think really deeply about this stuff.
Okay, I'll nerd out just for a second. So
Okay.
light speed, right? Like the speed of light is the fastest that we know traveling exists, right? That's the speed of like when the sun, like let's say the sun fucking gave out, we wouldn't that light we'd still have it for like I think it's like 8 to 9 minutes.
Yeah.
However
Yep.
long it is. It might be 8 to 9 seconds. I can't remember.
No, it's
But
minutes. You're
anyways,
right.
it's minutes. Okay, it doesn't matter. That's the fastest speed we know of. And we know there's millions of galaxies. And just the fact that like how far that actually is from our sun and that it only takes 8 to 9 minutes, the fact that light speed, the closest galaxy to us is 2.5 million light years away. So like light would have to travel for 2.5 million years just to reach the closest galaxy to us. And we know there's millions of galaxies out there.
Yep.
Like that is just so mind-boggling that traveling at the fastest speed we can think of for 2.5 million years is just to get to our neighboring galaxy. Like
Yeah.
I love all the unanswered questions about space. I love thinking about it. I love not knowing answers to it. And this isn't a dig at religion at all, but I feel like religion is important because not a lot of people like to think about that, right? People feel comfortable when they have answers. A lot of people don't like to live with unanswered questions of like, what are our origins? Where did we come from? How did we evolve? What's happening out in there in the universe that we can't see? So like religion, and it's all different religions, give a comfortable answer to our origins. And I'm not religious anymore, and I'm not anti-religion at all. I know religion helps people, it still helps my parents. It gives them a comfortable answer of what is right and wrong, what are ethics, how should they be bound to live, what should they, what determines their rights and wrongs, and where did they come from? I know it's important for them, but I feel like as I've grown up, I've realized how much religion is. I don't want to say a coping mechanism because coping has a bad connotation, but religion is a way to make a comfortable answer for people on hard questions. And a lot of those questions result back to like space and life and what exactly are we and where are we going and what's going to like affect us later down the line as the human species. That's the type of stuff that I like to think about all the
Yeah,
time.
no, I'm completely with you. And
This is still good. We're still on topic, right? Because we're talking about what did I want to do when I grew up and I said astronomy. Like that, this has always been with me. Ever since I was a kid, I've always been like loving these questions and asking them, and I've been interested in the answers to them.
yeah, no, I'm totally with you. I think that it gives life a different feel. When you like, you know, you do your daily life stuff, you know, you kind of stress out about streaming, or you stress out about this, or you're like, oh, I should be doing like all these things, and then you just think like there is a universe that we're living in, and like none of us know why the hell we're in it. Like just you just take a step back and you're like, what the fuck? And then like all of those fears and all of those like anxiety and just things that you're thinking about in everyday life kind of just wash away for a time, and it just feels like relieving to just realize that you don't know what the hell's going on. Nobody does.
Yeah.
Like it's like it's almost inspiring in a way. Because
It's
imagine,
therapeutic.
like, imagine we did know everything. Imagine we did know that what our purpose is on Earth, and everyone has the same purpose. Like, that would be the most depressing, like, reality of all time. To know
Yeah.
that somebody's already decided it for you,
Yeah.
and now
I
you have
agree.
to do it. Like, what the fuck? Like, that doesn't sound that great, to be honest. I think the mystery is, and just, yeah, I think the mystery is the beautiful part about life.
I fully agree.
Scotty also asks, what are your biggest pet peeves? It's a very general topic. Maybe it could be like pet peeves of
gosh.
viewers or something.
What are my biggest pet peeves? When people recycle the same joke for fucking 2 years straight. No, for real. I don't know. I get like real life pet peeves. I'm in the house. I'm like a pretty clean person. Like we talked a little bit about OCD potentially. I I don't like to like self-diagnose myself, and I don't like to talk about this type of stuff because I know it actually impacts people. But I could see myself potentially having something because I'm the type of person that everything has a place, and I am not a person who likes to live in what's the term? It's called like chaotic organization. That's not the term. But when people like when they have everything everywhere, but they know where it is and it's like organized to them, I
Yeah.
am not that person. I pretty like clean. So I would say like pet peeve outside of the game would probably just be like I'm not a dishes in the sink person. I hate that personally. I would just say like cleanliness, like in the house, is something that has always been a pet peeve of mine.
You've always been that way?
Yeah, always.
That's so interesting because I feel like I'm more of that way a lot more now than I used to be. I used to be able to live like a complete fucking degenerate. I realized it was effective. I would probably have said at the time that I can just live that way. This is like early college where you just have a bunch of roommates and you're all just gross and messy. You just moved out of your parents' place, you know what I mean? And you're just kind of like doing your thing. I was fine, but I realized it was affecting me like mentally, and just like my happiness in general. Just living in filth is just not optimal whatsoever. And I think it just took me a few years to really realize like I'm a lot happier when I'm just clean and organized.
Living in the dorms freshman year for me was hard because I didn't have that control. I couldn't control the cleanliness of like my living space. So that was really hard for me. Like I'm even like when I was younger, I'm not a clothes on the ground type person. Like I can't really, it bothers me. It bothers me to like see clothes on the ground. I know that's like a common thing for a lot of people, but that's just always how like my brain's worked.
That's such a good trait to have. I'm not gonna lie. I bet that's good to be a person like that rather than the opposite. So
Yeah, it gets annoying though if the person isn't, because I nag a lot. I nag a lot if the other person doesn't do what I like, and I'm bad on compromise when it comes to that type of stuff.
I see.
So it has its pluses, but it also definitely has its negatives.
Okay. Chase asks, any particular reason you don't find clogging desirable? I've heard this. I pop into your stream and I feel like you still have the same sentiment. Any particular reason why?
If I can't convince myself that something is possible, I do not want to dedicate thousands of hours to it. I have no problem with people loving the hell out of call logging. I understand it's just you see a green mark and you see the number go up and it makes them happy, but to me, I can't clog because I can't vision myself ever completing it.
Yeah.
And that would bother me every day waking up doing it. And that's just a simple answer. And another layer to that is that Call Log came out so damn late.
Yeah.
For how long that we've been playing, like the people who've been playing since the start. I mean, it came out so damn late. I don't want to have to go back to stuff that I know I've completed just to like get a green check mark. Like, no, thank you.
Yeah.
I know I've completed it. I don't need the game to tell me that I've completed it again. So that's another layer. But the most important thing is just the sense of, I personally cannot motivate myself to do something every day that I know I will not complete.
You also have to think that if it really is like an all or nothing kind of venture where you're just like, okay, I'm doing collection log because I want to complete it, then you have to also keep in mind like, oh yeah, clue scrolls are 90% of this.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're not absolutely just thrilled about doing clue scrolls for 90% of your gameplay, yeah, I can see how collection logging could just be seen as total misery.
Yeah.
I mean, do you think that's a problem for... Okay, let me ask you this. So now I understand your point on collection logging. I agree with the same things. I also don't think anybody will complete it. The only person that will get close, I think, is Hey Jace. I think he'll be the rank 1 collection logger within a couple of years.
Yeah.
Just because of his clue scroll and just his consistency overall. I mean, it's just an insane gamer. Yep. But nobody will ever complete it because even if they complete what's available right now, which is 43 slots, I mean, in 5 years from now, we're going to be at like 1,700 slots.
Mm-hmm. And they're just going to keep adding stuff.
Keeps growing, yeah. So,
and those clues are just never going to go away. So when they keep adding stuff, you stop working on clues, and it's.
And they just come out with more like third age or second age or whatever the hell they come out with. That's just insanely just a huge grind. They have to go back to clue scrolls for. Just imagine that.
Yeah.
So who do you think though? Okay, so well, let me just ask you because I just said I don't think anybody will complete it. Do you think somebody will complete the collection log?
Nope. Never. Never. I don't even think for like a second. I have no hope, zero hope, or not zero, not no hope. I hope someone completes it. I have zero confidence. Sorry.
Yeah.
That someone will complete it. It's just too damn long. I mean, people. You brought up Hey Jace. People look at Hey Jace and they see like how much gilded and third age he has, and they're like, "Wow, he's so close." But then you realize that the third age pieces he has are the passive ones. Those are the ones that he is going to get on the way to the bigger ticket, like the Druidic,
Exactly.
And the tools like the pickaxe and the axe and the weapons. Those are the ones that he needs to get really lucky on early, and his luck with that actually isn't even that good.
Yeah.
I think Marnie, in terms of call log completion, in terms of clue completion, I think Marnie is actually the closest person right now, just because he has 3 or 4 of those like really big ticket Druidic and tool, third age tool. Yeah. So
doesn't he have like a bow too, and like a freaking?
He's 2 out of 3 of the weapons, and he has some of the tools.
Christ, man.
And he has duplicate. He has 2 Druidic row bottoms. So he's got a lot.
Man. Yeah, he probably is. I mean, that really is what it comes down to, is like whoever has the best third age pieces is really the closest one to full collection log. So I'm with you. I think Marnie technically is the closest. It would be interesting to see somebody calc the amount of time it takes to get like each collection log item, and then just to see the percentage of how close you truly are in hours, like efficient hours, to full collection log. Yeah, that'd be a really neat number to see.
You pull a Druidic robe top and you just chopped off 25,000 hours.
It's like literally completing like 50 bosses instantaneously. Just boom.
Like 10% of the call log is completed with 1 Druidic piece. It's like, oh, okay.
But so Casey's number 1 right now. Did he pass Basiligus?
They're bouncing back and forth. I don't really know where they are. I think they are because Basilius or Domas came into my stream the other day and said
His
that I
name
can't
is
keep
literally
up with the
Domas, by the way, for those wondering. That's not just
he was angry. He said I can't keep up with the NEAT, so I'm gonna take that as he got passed. I don't know if he passed him back though.
He's literally blaming Neats for passing. Isn't he like the biggest need of all time? He probably like just got a job and now he's just thinking.
That's probably what it is. Yeah, I know he definitely used to be a NEAT.
Yeah. Like there's no way you cannot be a NEAT. Like, okay, maybe you're working 5 hours a week. There's still a NEAT. Like,
yeah.
I mean, I considered myself a NEAT. I was working. I was playing RuneScape. That was my job. But I'm still
no, their
myself a NEAT.
race is cool to see. I like watching their race, but back to the question, I would never want to compete.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay. Let's see. Okay, here's an interesting topic. What do you think? This is from Sani. What do you think about the widespread belief that the HLC is condescending?
Oh, the HLC is absolutely condescending. It is not a belief. It is the truth. Oh my gosh. Yeah, no, I think they're absolutely condescending. But I also, once again, am going to go back. I'm going to flip it on its head. I think a lot of HLC is passionate, and I think that passion makes them show their opinions. And I think when people don't like their opinions, they say they're either whining or they're being elitist. And I hate that. I hate that so much that we're told our opinion matters. We're told our vote matters. But when we have an opinion or we have a vote that other people don't like, then we're elitist or we're condescending. So I agree with him. There are absolutely people who are always condescending and make remarks all the time that are just like, dude, just shut up. But I think it also goes down to the fact that other communities will call it that to shed a bad light when all we're doing is sharing our opinion. Like sometimes on updates, I've shared my opinion on what I think about updates, and people will be like, why are you always so negative all the time? I'm like, well, I'm not. I'm just, this is how I think about the game. It's how I'm going to vote. And it's my beliefs. And it's by no means am I ever trying to be condescending or like elitist when I give those answers. It's just we're kind of told that our opinion matters. I mean, just on this most recent skill that they're polling and they're asking us questions about, you know how many times in the Q&A or in the dev Q&A that they said your opinion matters, please vote on this poll. I mean, they keep shoving that statement down our throats. But then when we give our opinion, some people don't like it and they call us an asshole for it. So I don't know, it's a hard subject to talk about. I think it goes both ways. I think there are some problematic people in the HLC 100%, but I also think there's problematic people in the casual communities.
Yeah. That's really interesting because, okay, so what do you consider the HLC? Is it just people that have played the game for years? Because I really don't even know what HLC is even considered
I don't even
anymore.
know what it means anymore either.
It's just like people that are on Twitch a lot and play every game.
Back in the day, like way back in the day, we used to be like HLC is people over a certain total level, but now with services and everything, it's like that's just not the case. Like I have met some of the newbiest people in the world who have a max cape on their back. Does that make them HLC? Fuck no, they know nothing about the high level community. But HLC is subjective. What? Just like you just asked me, what is HLC? What do you think HLC means?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know what determines high level. So I don't know. I don't think too much about it, about like specifically who is and who isn't HLC.
Okay, Polo Bay asks, how fast were your clicks when you played RS2? Could you beat Bodhi at don'ttap.com? I actually also want to expand on this, so yeah. That's kind of a weird question, but yeah, go for it.
My clicks have never been that great, which is why I've always sucked at fucking FPS games. They're not great. The Bodhi's clicks are way better than mine are. 100%.
Who do you think has... Okay, so... okay, I have to sort of rephrase this because there's a lot of PKs. It's weird. When I say who's the best player at the game and stuff, like there's so many different meanings of that because most people will say like a PKer is the best at the game. So I have to kind of... But like, who do you think is the best PvMer in the game?
So whenever people ask this, I usually ask them back, what do you consider like what do you consider a good PVMer? What makes a good PVMer? So a lot of PVMers specialize in one area of the game, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like Adwam is just insane at Inferno. He's insanely consistent. His knowledge about Inferno is very, very good. But I've never seen him do anything else. Or people who do like specialize in Tob and don't do anything else. But they know they're up to date on all top metas. They can do all roles. They can do all scales. I don't. There's just not many people who we know that they are like actual experts in all different places in the game. So usually, what I answer this question comes down to like consistency, and I think consistency plays a big role in like what is the best PVMer because the skill gap is only so high when it comes to RuneScape. So the being consistent, in my opinion, is kind of the truth to be who the best PVMer is, and I think it's Exact because I think Exact is by a mile the most consistent PVMer at the high level than anyone else.
So you'd still think that even now? Because he doesn't really play much, right?
Yeah, I would still think that now.
But you still think he claims the title?
Yeah, I think he's way better than Woox. I love Woox. Woox is like the godfather of our game, but the era of like Woox being the best player in the game is kind of
just way past. It's
over
dogmatic
that.
to think anything different because
Yeah.
clearly he's done an amazing feats in the past. He was the first person to complete the Inferno. I mean, that alone is just like enough to say like, okay, like everyone was there day one Inferno. Somebody could have claimed the title, but no, Woox still ended up claiming it. And Woox has come up with amazing methods, but when you're thinking about all-time best, you know, like the greatest PvMer, it has to come down to consistency. It has to come down to like a plethora of knowledge and a plethora of like actual skill. Exact, I used to think when I first started like seeing how good he was, it seemed as though he was just very mechanically gifted, like it was all in his head. But like he could speed run. He got like sub 50 Infernos like years ago.
Yeah.
And it's just like, holy shit. Okay, this guy he has an arsenal of just everything. Like he can just be good at everything. And then he had a hardcore that was just fucking insane. And the only reason it died is because he just like purposely chanced it, you know?
Yeah. No, I definitely think Exact is the best player. And I think if he had the time to dedicate stuff to like actual like speedrunning content in the game, he would be competing with records everywhere, whether it's Inferno or Tob or Cox or really just anything. But I definitely think he like Lake is another person who comes to mind when I think of like really consistent players.
Yep.
And Lake, in my opinion, is like definitely easy top 5 in terms of like PVMers in the game, just solely based off his like consistency.
You know Rostaman or Scotty now?
Oh yeah.
I think he is. I want to say I think he's the best speedrunner in the entire game.
He is so well rounded. It is insane.
Dude, he is. The thing is like you see him do because I watch him like daily, like now when he does Inferno. I just am always there in his stream because it's just so addicting to watch. Because it's like, how are you so goddamn consistent? Like it's just insane what's going on. He makes it look so fucking easy. Like you watch anybody else do the Inferno and then it looks like Inferno's like the biggest headache in the world. You're like, holy shit. But you see him do it. It was the same thing I saw with Adicon. I wish, and I know Adicon started getting back into like the no pillar speeds. I wish he'd go back to normal Inferno speeds because I know he has what it takes to compete. Like Jolin, Adwam, you know, Scotty, Adicon. There's probably a lot of others that like don't stream and stuff that I don't know of that are also on that level. But like if you put in the time, the thing is like Scotty puts in the time. Like he's grinding that shit every fucking day and he's just getting better and he's just super hella consistent and he's passionate about it. And it's just like, oh my God, it's so addicting. And his CMs are insane too. Like it's not just Inferno either. Like he's just a really talented speedrunner that dedicates a lot of time and practice into things. And yeah, I got to give a shout out to him because like seriously, he's one of like the best speedrunners I've ever seen.
I have a lot of respect for those people because that takes like that type of content, like doing that takes a lot of brain power.
Oh my
God, you're fucking gonna be exhausted after a couple hours of that. And this motherfucker will go and he'll do a 6-hour session of like actual just like max effort attempts.
I know.
Like, how is your brain not mush? much, dude.
Every single day too. It's like, dude, like I could see maybe once in a blue moon doing this for 6 hours, but holy shit, it's just like no, we keep going.
Go grab a beer and do agility laps. Let that brain take a rest for a second, brother. Holy shit.
I know that. I think that's where like the, I don't know. It's just insane. I do agree with you when it comes to like just everything. Exact is just insane. And he walked into. I remember when Rendy was doing the Fire Cave years ago. Exact just walks in and just basically within a matter of like weeks or months just gets the level 3 with Rendy. You know, obviously there was a lot going on. It's not like he just came out and did the level 3, but just the fact that he was able to enter the fight caves and just get really freaking proficient at it immediately was just insane.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's a good take. I think Exact, is up there. It's hard to say who's like the absolute best. And you probably know of a lot of people like in Oblivion or just people that don't stream that are really, really good as well. Because there are just so many players that are amazing.
Oh, yeah. There's a lot of like hidden talent that people just never know about.
Noob Type's one of them, by the way. I didn't even know who that guy was. All of a sudden he's doing like 575, 600 just over and over.
Yeah. Like I hate this dude so much and I hate to give him a shout out, but like Ruru, he's so well rounded. He's very good at the game. He's a fucking troll and he's annoying as shit. And he loves to get on my nerves, but that dude's really good. Sauna Pasca's really good. Hugo's really good. There's a lot of people who kind of just fly under the radar who are very, very talented.
I mentioned this in a previous Sae Bae cast, but you know Reed or Zach Badass?
Oh, yeah.
Reed, like when you hear the name Reed, like years ago, you would think, oh, he's like one of the greatest PvMers, you know, because he can do like bandos and...
Because he can bandos flick.
Yeah, he can bandos flick. That was like literally the requirement. Like you're a great PvMer. It's crazy though, because I remember like we were DMing each other and one of the things he said is like, holy shit, like you take a break from this game for a couple of years and you come back and you realize you're dog shit. Like you're just bad at the game and everyone has just evolved like a million times over you because you've just, you know, not practiced. And it's crazy to see because like Reed was like, holy shit, like I come back to streaming. And like he had done that multiple times where like he streams, quits, streams, but he'd always come back and he'd always had kind of have that like, I don't know, chip on his shoulder sort of, or it's like, okay, like he's still good. He's still good. But then it came to a point where he took a huge break and he came back and he's like, holy shit, like there's so much new content that he just doesn't know anything about. And so he ends up kind of going back to, this is what I saw. This isn't his words, but I would just see him like reverting back to bandos instead of learning something new, instead of pushing the boundaries. It's like, now let me just stick with something comfortable that I'm really, really good at. That used to be a sign of just like total dominance of PvM. But
that's why the people who are like really good at a lot of different stuff impresses the shit out of me.
Yeah.
And I mentioned Ruru. I need to mention one of Ruru's friends who's also up there and probably better than Ruru is. His name is Don't Panic Please. He is the nicest person I've ever met. Has zero ego, but literally one of the best players in the game. He is consistent everywhere and he is very, very good. He's also finished Oblivion Diary.
Whew.
Very good player.
What is so for those that don't know what the Oblivion Diary is, that was like the OG combat achievements. That's actually incredibly difficult, way harder than CA's. So what are the hardest tasks on the Oblivion Diary for maybe people that don't know? If you, I don't know, what would you consider like the hardest?
I can pull it up real quick if it loads.
Okay. Because I feel like a lot of people don't know what the Oblivion Diary is. That really was the OG combat achievements. And a lot of Oblivion members, when combat achievements were coming out, like initially being pulled, they wanted those recs to be as high as Oblivion Diary recs, which obviously wasn't going to happen because they needed to appeal to not just like 0.001% of the player base.
Yeah. Okay, so to read some of them off.
Yeah.
So Oblivion Diary is basically just all around the game, and there's set times at all the like the high skill gap PVM areas. There's set times that are determined to be like very hard to do. Even if you're tick perfect, like you're gonna have to do reps of it. You're gonna have to be consistent with it to get it. So, for example, we're just talking about Scotty. Scotty would laugh at this one, but the Inferno Oblivion Diary time is sub 47. The CG Oblivion Diary time is sub 515. There's a Fight Caves one that's sub 2130. Top fours is sub 1345.
Jesus Christ.
Top duo is sub 22. There's ones for everyone. There's stuff for like normal gauntlet. There's stuff for TOA now as well. Like TOA 4-man at 400 invocation is sub 21. It's just like, it's what Oblivion wanted to have combat achievements be, but they made it themselves because Jagex made the combat achievement times a little bit too easy.
Yeah.
So Oblivion was like, all right, we're going to make one that's like actually fucking difficult. So right now there's only 3 people in the clan that have all of the Oblivion Diaries done.
And who is that?
Sonapasca, Hugo, OSRS, who's now streaming a little bit, and Don't Panic, Please.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, just 3 of them right now. They're
Now-
very hard.
Now was that ever something you would consider going for?
No, I literally know myself. I would not be able to complete them.
Yeah.
Like, it's just,
That's what I
like,
see. I'm just like, fuck that.
I've completed all the Tob ones. But Tob is the thing. I'm going to be like Reed here. Tob is the thing that I've spent the most time in, the stuff that I feel the most comfortable about. I don't want to dedicate a month of learning Inferno to get a sub 47. And they might even lower sub 47 because they're starting to think that sub 47 is easy.
Yeah, because I was thinking, because at one point it was like sub 55. Obviously, there's been gear upgrades, but I was like, oh shit, it's 47 now. Like, it's just gonna keep dropping.
So the Oblivion team definitely does a pretty good job at, whenever they notice that metas are changing or that new items come in the game, they're always updating the times and making them harder just to like push people. Because there are some people in the clan who they're bored, and that's like all they work on. They just do reps and reps of stuff to try to hit those like really good times.
That's crazy. Okay, Landon asks, I'm actually going to expand on this question. He asks, who are your favorite Twitch chatters? And I'm going to expand on that. So I'm going to ask you for 3 of your favorite Twitch chatters and then 3 of your favorite Twitch streamers.
Oh God. 3 of my favorite Twitch chatters of all time.
Yeah. Obviously there will be some left out, but I'm limiting it to 3. So.
Okay. I'm going old school, and sorry to my community, because they're not really my community anymore. I'm going Gherkins, back when Gherkins used to spam Bodhi's chat way back in the day. I wasn't really a chatter back then, but I used to be in that chat. I used to lurk, and I fucking loved how much of a nuisance Gherkins was in that chat. Gherkins now is the person who runs Gear Discord. He's in Oblivion. He's a good friend of mine. Gherkins was my favorite Twitch chatter. Sid Bizzle, who was also a fucking nuisance. He was a piece of work for years, but he was such a great Twitch chatter. And I'll do one from my community. There's a person in my community who loves debate, and he always has a snarky ass comment, which is very fitting to everything that I do. His name is KW, and I'll give a honorable 4th place to Nabrowski. Those 2 people in my chat, they are chatters to the extreme. They always have some smart comment to say. They're always quick with it as well. Yep. Their jokes are always either awful, but awful to the point that you're gonna laugh, or just like perfectly fitting. I would say them. That's
cool. All right, favorite 3 Twitch streamers. Who's your go-tos?
Okay, I have to say Bodhi. It's such a boring answer, but Bodhi was like my first person that I ever watched on Twitch in the RuneScape section. It's the person that got me into it. I'd feel bad if I didn't say that. Second person, Fat Clouds. I fucking fell in love with Fat Clouds streams. Yep. I thought they were so much fun, and I loved them. And he didn't care about like being himself, and he was always just truly himself. Third person, I'll do something a little bit more recent. I'll give a shout out to my good friend and also Oblivion Diary completionist Hugo. Hugo _ OSRS. He just started streaming, and his streams have been really entertaining. He streams a lot of like high level PvMing. He was streaming all the old Oblivion Diary times. He has since completed, but he does a lot of like high level streaming, kind of similar to Scotty. I watch a lot of Scotty too. But Hugo I talk to on a more daily basis just because he's Oblivion, and we've been in the same clan for a while. So I would probably say those three.
Okay. Yeah, those are great ones. I miss Fat Clouds, dude.
I know. I wish he'd come back,
I
but
know.
I'm happy. He seems to be like super happy with
He
real life right
is.
now. So
He is, and it makes me like really happy. I'm just like,
I know the selfish part of me was like, Fat Clouds, come back. I want your streams. But like the non-selfish part of me is like, okay, you stop begging him to come back because he's happy right now. He's doing good.
exactly.
So I'm really happy for the guy.
It's been cool. He's been popping in my stream here and there, and just it's cool that he still is kind of in the scene. It would suck if I just didn't see him for like months and months and months, but no, he pops in every here and there. Okay, so we're getting closer to the end. I'm reviewing a lot of these topics. Here's one from 1-2. He asks, "What future content do you want added?" Like, is there any? Yeah.
You might not like this answer because you're an Iron Man, but I so my two favorite pieces of content probably ever released is Rise of the Six Rots. It was an RS3 update, forced group content for men, genuinely difficult on release. A lot of people couldn't get completions. A lot of teams were wiping. It took teamwork, it took coordination, it took communication. I miss having that. I feel like everything nowadays, they give the option to solo it to be nice and be like, okay, people who don't want to find a team or make friends, like, oh, we're going to give you the option to solo it. I miss like genuine forced team content. And even as an Iron Man, like you just have to be with other Iron Men, or other mains, but like you wouldn't be able to solo something that is non-soloable. So like that's kind of why, I mean, Tob is soloable, but realistically it's not.
Yeah.
Realistically is in like camping it or like seshing it. That's kind of why I like Tob, because it is like force team content. But I would say like Rise of the Six, Dungeoneering, and like Virago. All of those things on release or within the first year of release were like some of my favorite things I've ever done in all of RuneScape. Just because of like the team aspect, the aspect of like I feel the need, like I have to be on voice chat with like the people who are on my team, or we're not going to be able to complete this. Nowadays, I just feel like everything has a solo option, or clients have made it easy enough to where you don't need to feel like you're on voice chat.
Yep.
So like for TOA, for example, TOA was kind of okay. There was a solo option, but in the beginning of TOA release, before plugins were allowed, I was always on voice chat with the team because we were like, especially during like Kefri Puzzle, you would always be on voice chat with the team during that, or like Baba Waves, or I don't know, just random stuff. I miss the feeling of being with a group of friends, killing a boss, working together, or wiping together. So my future content update would be something that is genuine, like forced group content.
What do you want from Raids 4? Do you want that to like, because I agree with you completely, actually. I think the release of TOB was just so exciting. So well done. People were wiping nonstop. People weren't getting completions for the first day. Like, that is what I think of as a raid, and that's exciting as hell. So yeah, what do you want to see from Raids 4? Do you want the TOB kind of style, or do you like the invocation? I swear I talk to people and they really love TOA and how that's been. They want that to continue, but I'm just like, I don't know. That just made the raid seem underwhelming in a way.
Do you think our community is too soft to where we'll never see an update where there's not a completion within 24 hours? Do you think it's a matter of us being too smart, or the community being too soft, and that Jagex isn't going to give us something that hard?
I don't know. That's a good question. Okay, so you know how they brought up Blue Inferno a while ago, and I think they're planning on, who knows, maybe bringing it out one day. I don't know if they had said it's like unlimited wave based or it does finish. was it unlimited waves? Was that the idea of it, or was it just literally like just a harder Inferno that does have a finish to it?
No, I think it was gonna be a finish. I thought it was like 12 waves or something like that. Like
Oh,
1
okay.
through 4 were Fight Cave, 4 through 8 were Inferno, and then 8 through 12 were like slightly harder than
Oh
Inferno.
Jesus. Like
That's how I
that
thought it
would
was
be
pitched.
it would be cool if for example, okay, it depends because they need to please the wider community, and the wider community does not want something super difficult. But
Hmm.
if they come out with something that really is like cosmetic based, similar to combat achievements, and they make it super fucking difficult, something like Inferno release, except not a cape that's just best in slot for everybody. Um, maybe like I don't know what they could bring out. Who knows? Maybe it needs to be best in slot. I don't know, but I think Blue Inferno or whatever could be the place where they make something so difficult.
I
But
hope
I
they do.
do agree with you that it should be team based because I think team based stuff just inherently is more difficult because like you can add on way more that can make it super difficult where you need true precision and coordination.
Yeah, I think it'd be cool. Like, I don't. It'd be cool if we had a boss where there was genuinely like, first of all, you can't alt it. Okay, I do like altscape, but I would love to see raids 4 be something that's not altable,
Mm.
but have like a dedicated role. Like we don't really have anything in RuneScape that's like raids content where like you are the dedicated tank. You need to bring an Ellie and you need to bring like a melee weapon, or you're just gonna get fucking shredded. Like in Virago, that's why I really liked Virago because there's a base tank, there's a bomb tank, and there's the DPSs, and there's nothing around that. Like you have to have a base tank and you have to have a bomb tank, and they had different gear. They had specific dedicated roles, people who specialized in those roles, and that's I feel like what made it so much fun. And for that, there is no like +1 TOA DPS role or +1 TOA like you need to be the bomb tank. Like it's just +1 TOA because like everyone just does the fucking same shit. I miss it's like Tob kind of has that, which is why I like it. Like Tob has dedicated roles for Maiden Room and for Nilo Room, but that's kind of about it. So I want to see content that is force group content that has like dedicated roles where people can like specialize in.
Yeah.
I would love that more than fucking anything.
That would be really fun. That would just be so unique too to RuneScape. We just don't have that in old school.
We don't, and it's an MMO. Like we're playing a massive multiplayer online game. Like I want to feel like I'm playing a multiplayer game, interacting with other players. Like
Yep.
I don't know. I feel like we've kind of lost that feeling a little bit. And I hope it comes back at some point.
Yeah, that's true. Plus, it's like hella. I don't know. There's. I miss Inferno release, man. Just hopping
do too.
between streams and just realizing nobody's getting this. Nobody's completing this shit. Like it's just so difficult. Like that. I just want that. That hype is so real, and we haven't had it really since TOB, which was 2018.
Yeah, we used to think
5
Inferno was
years.
so hard, dude. I remember like everyone used to be like, "There's no way I'm ever getting an Inferno cape. This shit is
I know.
impossible."
That's what I thought. I was like, "Fuck this place. I'm never stepping foot in there. Like, it's
Yeah,
impossible."
do you remember when you'd see someone with an Inferno cape on and you'd be like, "Holy shit! Like that person's fucking
Oh, you are
good at the game."
worshiping them. You're drooling
Yeah,
over them.
I miss that feel. There's nothing in the game that's really like that right now.
I know. Zook Helmet had that for a tiny bit. Very tiny bit.
Until
Because it was just like a matter of time. Like people are just
yeah,
going to get it. So it wasn't just like, yeah, I don't know. But Ginny getting that Zook Helmet for the first time, like the first person to get it,
hmm
whew,
yeah,
that was like, holy fuck. Like you're a beast. We knew it was going to be accomplished, obviously. But
yeah.
yeah, with the Inferno cape, it was like, it's just one thing you need to do. With CAs, it's like, oh, you have to do 400 tasks. But yeah, I agree with you that we need more really, really challenging stuff to come into the game. And it can't be invocation based. It can't be like,
I agree. I hate, dude, when people use that as like their like argument back is TOA, like people say TOA is not hard. People just say make the invocations higher. Like that's just such a lame way of making it more difficult.
yep,
I've never been a fan of that like response.
I
Like does
know.
turning upset stomach on actually make the raid more difficult? Like
Just makes it
not
annoying.
Really, it just makes it yeah. Sure, like it increases the fact that you wipe 1 out of 20 times, but like it's not, I don't know.
And there's something, part of the appeal of TOB release, at least as a spectator watching it, was like, you don't know what the next room's going to be. But if TOB had invocation system where you just go in at a 0, you know everything that's going to happen instantaneously, and then you just go in and just raise the invocations until you do it. But when there is just one set difficulty and it's really hard, that is where the true fun and like the magic comes from. It's like, oh shit, I don't know what's about to happen now. Same thing with Inferno. Like there was no easy Inferno to get your feet wet and like, oh, okay. Like, no, it's like, this is the whole thing right now. You're in it. Oh, triple Jads. Oh shit. Like we didn't know what, like we're just freaking out over triple Jads. And then there's something beyond that, you know, a Jad spawns during Zuck. You're just like, oh my God.
I know.
That was the
first
fun
time
part of it.
Jads, everyone freaked out. 3 at once? No way, dude. Oh,
Dude, that's what we need, man.
We do. It's gotten so dry, and I hate to like shift blame, but I don't know what it is. It could be the higher ups telling the devs saying that this isn't profitable enough. Stop making stuff like this. It could be the community saying, stop making stuff like this, JMods. It's only for the quote unquote elite, and you should be catering updates towards like more average. I don't know what it is.
It's the first one. It's just the money, because they even mentioned like TOB was just almost got like no players involved.
Bro,
initially.
when they said on the Q&A, when they said TLB like was considered a failed update from the higher ups and Jagex, people that we don't know, not the JMods, like higher up, like actual board members, or I don't know what the fuck you're supposed to call them.
Mm-hmm.
But when they said that TLB was considered a failed update with how much resources put into it, like that's depressing to hear. I think TLB is one of the best updates OSRS has gotten.
Yeah, it really was. I wonder what they think about in the Inferno event. Is that a failed? Oh, well, I guess Inferno probably didn't take as much dev time. TOB was a massive update. That's probably why they considered it a fail, because just how many resources and time they had to put into it just for very few players relatively to participate in it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the last question I want to ask from him is, are there any bosses, items, weapons, armor from pre-EOC that you want to see come into old school?
Oh, God. Items? No, not really. Well, I mean, there's a lot of like weapons in RS3 that I loved. Like back when I was playing RS3 a ton, like Seismic Wand and Seismic Orb was the best DPS. And then it kind of moved to like Rangescape, and like Ascension bows were best DPS. And those weapons were really fun to use, but I wouldn't say I want to see them in old school. I don't really think it has a place in here. Bosses love dungeoneering. I would be okay if they gave us dungeoneering and then they just said no rewards, nothing. If you want to play the minigame, play it. Dungeoneering, in my opinion, top 3 updates the game has ever came out with. But yeah, and bosses, I mean, this is kind of like what I was talking about with what I wanted to see next. Something like Virago, not necessarily Virago, but something that has specific, unique roles that people fill, that people can specialize in, and something that is a genuine forced group content and difficult. I mean, the first Virago completion wasn't until, I can't remember. The first Virago completion wasn't until like multiple days after, because there was actually a bug that was found like 24 hours after when they got to the final phase of Virago. Like everyone, it auto wiped everyone on accident. There was like there's an insta kill bug on Virago. Really, this is like going way back in my memory. I don't even remember when Virago release was. It has to be close to like 2012, 2010, but we're talking a long time ago now. There was a insta wipe bug that wasn't even found out until over 24 hours after the release. But Virago didn't get completed. Virago didn't get completed for a while. I mean, that was the hardest shit at the time, and that boss was so big. It still is big, but that was the biggest boss I think we've ever had. I think that's bigger than any old school boss too.
Even bigger than Zebak? Isn't Zebak like a 9x9 or some shit?
I'm not sure. Virago was massive. It probably is bigger than Zebak.
Okay. Wow. Holy. Do you recommend, by the way, players play RS3? nowadays.
I've always been team. Do you remember when the old school RuneScape section was like super anti RS3? Like anytime RS3 would get brought up, people would be like Dan's game, like just spamming it.
Yep.
Until
I actually
started
got
playing
banned.
it.
Sorry, I have to interrupt this right now. I actually
Hey.
got banned in the RuneScape Twitch stream because I said RS3 Dan's game. Permanently banned. I literally permanently banned because I just did it as a joke. Just
Dude,
instant, just one ticked. I'm like, okay.
Yeah,
Shit.
it was just how everyone did it. Like everyone used to say it in the community. We just RS3 had such a bad stigma when old school first came out because it was the return of the golden days, the return of the good game, and everyone just shit on RS3 until Sick Nerd started playing, and then people slowly started opening up to RS3. I still to this day think RS3 is a great game. I think I enjoy old school more. If people like feel the itch to play it, I mean, you are not missing out. RS3 is a great game. There is a lot of pay to win, of course, but if you can look around that, there's a ton of content in RS3, and I've heard great things about the quests as well. The quests have a lot of like really good voiceovers. A lot of like you definitely want to play with like voices on because like the script will actually get read out to you instead of you having to read a chat log.
Yeah, the lore is like way there. Oh, I have to say as well, I don't think that was actually my permanent ban because my permanent ban, as I recall, was actually a joke about. I think I was spamming. It was at a dead man mode, and I was spamming something about like Emily, like some stupid Emily joke, and I got banned for it. But I did say RS. Oh, you know what? I want like a. Maybe I shouldn't ask for this, but I'm genuinely curious what my chat logs are.
Find an RS3 mod and check the chat logs.
In the original just RuneScape Twitch stream, because I swear I was the biggest troll. This is before I ever streamed or anything. I was just a Twitch chatter, just total troll. And but I think I got like a timeout for typing RS3 Dan's game, just spamming it for no fucking reason, like a child. But yeah. I sort of empathize with some of the like rowdy Twitch viewers. Not so much anymore because I've just moved past that. But when I first started streaming, I'd give people slack when they were trolling because I'm like, yeah, I did the same thing. Anyway, yeah, that would be cool to see some huge updates that are legitimately hard and yeah. Okay, well, looks like we've covered most of this, so yeah, I guess we'll kind of wrap things up. It's been over 4 hours. Isn't that crazy?
Is it actually?
Yeah, it's been
Holy
over 4
crap.
hours.
Oh my God, it has. Yeah.
It's nuts how fast these go, really, because it truly feels like it's been maybe 2.
Yeah.
Anyway, Coxie. So generally I ask for some shout outs, although I think we already got a few shout outs. So I'm going to skip that portion. But I want to ask kind of what your goals and plans are for the rest of this year and into 2024. Do you well, I'm assuming we already kind of know because of the pet speedrun account, but do you have anything else to add that you're kind of looking forward to in the future with content creation?
No, I'm personally really excited to get the YouTube side of it kicked off. And YouTube is new to me, so I feel like it'll spark something in me that's nice and refreshing. And I think the YouTube videos are going to be really good. They have gotten put off a little bit. It's a little bit later start than we expected, but obviously all the recordings are still there. It's not like the series is going anywhere. So I'm really excited for those to get rolling out and to experience that side of it. But no, end game, I just want to keep pushing. I'm trying to focus on balance in my life. I'm like really trying to not play much more than like 8 to 10 hours a day, which some people listening to this are going to be like, what the fuck did you just say? 8 to 10 hours. But like, think of it as like you go to work for 8 hours a day. And I mean, it's kind of similar. Yeah. So I'm trying to limit myself this year to like 8 to 10 hours a day and actually having like 4 to 6 hours to do, like real life shit, like go gym, I don't know, go on hikes, drive around, explore places, read books. Just stuff to take my mind off of it so that when I do wake up and stream, I feel refreshed and actually like excited to play the game.
Absolutely. That's the way to do it. And yeah, you're 26, you said?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's like the age that's when I started realizing I'm like, I need to get some fucking balance together. Like now,
I know.
I'm turning 28 in June, so getting old.
Yeah, it was like just recently as well. Like I finally had like a shift in mindset. It was like right around New Year's. I was like, you know what? Like I'm getting old, bro. I'm off my I have off health insurance now. I gotta like
Yep.
figure that stuff out on my
Yep.
own. I it is time to start balancing my life a little bit more and stop pretending like I'm 19.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I'm
Yeah.
excited. I'm really excited for this year. And the content, like content wise on Twitch is also just gonna be really fun for me because pet hunting is just enjoyable. You get to go around all throughout the game, do
Yep.
every single boss, and it's like you get to experience everything all over again. And with new metas, I'm super excited for it.
It's been really fun watching your stream recently. It just seems refreshing. It seems, I mean, even your backdrop. I mean, just like the new room you're in. It's like fresh Coxie. I don't know. It's like just something
Yeah,
about the whole environment's just like different, and it feels cool.
thank you.
So
I like it.
yeah. Anyway, guys, down in the description, be sure to follow Coxie on his Twitch, Twitter, YouTube. Is there anything else you'd like linked?
No, that is about it.
Okay, guys, go down there, drop a follow and a sub on his new YouTube. It's going to be a phenomenal series, I can already tell. So just trust me on it. So go drop a sub down there before all the videos and the series gets underway officially. But yeah, Coxie, thank you very much once again for coming on. This is a huge pleasure for me. Seriously.
Yeah. Thank you, man. I really appreciate it. It was fun. I don't know how it's been 4 hours. I feel like it's been an hour max.
I know. Time
I'm
literally
still
flies.
sat here thinking about space, bro. I'm ready to talk more about space. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. But I could.
Yeah. Okay, so guys, next week we will be having Katarina on the Sae Bae cast. She is an old school RuneScape streamer. And then the following week, I'm just going to announce it right now for those that have stuck around this far, we're getting Abyss on the cast the week following. So two great creators that I'm very excited to talk about. And yeah, anyway, look forward to those. And if you'd like to support the cast, down in the description, there's a little Patreon link. And other than that, Coxie, do you have any last words?
No, just thank you. Thank you for making this easy and enjoyable. I appreciate it.
Hell yeah. It was definitely my pleasure. All right, guys. Keep in touch down below with the links. Follow me down there as well, and follow Coxie. And we'll catch you in the next Sae Bae cast. Peace out.